progress towards our climate goals and the climate action plan for the city that will tell us how we're going to get there. As staff mentioned, the city and county have had a long-standing climate partnership going back actually over 30 years. The city of Portland was the first municipal government in the United States to have a greenhouse gas emissions reduction plan in 1993. At that time, I was a small child, probably just figuring out how to read chapter books, but I live in the city of Chicago, and 2 years after 1993, there was a deadly heat event in the city of Chicago impacting my neighbors. Over 750 Chicagoans died in that deadly heat wave. Fast forward to 2021. Little did I know I'd be living on another coast. Well, Chicago's not a coast, but you'll forgive me there. Little did I know I'd be living someplace else and experiencing another deadly heat dome. That year, many of our neighbors here also lost their lives. So I'm really grateful to the leaders who came before me and others here who did this work to have the foresight in the early 90s to start addressing greenhouse gas emissions and start making a serious plan for climate change would be impacting us all. Throughout those decades, the city and the county has built numerous plans and policies together, like the aforementioned 2015 plan. I was actually at a community-based organization at that time and was fortunate enough to be involved in that. And some of the history that was shared here is familiar to me as well. It's quite interesting to now be on both sides and seeing the progress there. Together, we've leveraged our respective strengths, relationships, data, authority, and expertise to try to slow the climate crisis. And we've made good progress in some regards, but there's some serious action that we need to take in order to meet our 2030 and 2050 net zero goals. Supporting now this climate justice plan, it was a natural step in the evolution of that partnership between our jurisdictions. The city has been closely involved with the climate justice plan since its inception. The Bureau of Planning and Sustainability funded 3 community-based organizations to join the steering committee and has dedicated significant staff time to supporting the CJP. I want to shout out that since 2022, Sunrisa Cooper of the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability has worked alongside county staff as an advisor to that plan. I'm so grateful for her contributions to that. Sunrisa supported county staff in steering committee meetings, participated in community engagement events, and engaged more than 60 city climate practitioners to provide feedback on the proposed strategies. So city experts have had an opportunity to have meaningful input into this plan. And throughout this process, we've been inspired by the community engagement led by Multnomah County to see the trust that's been built between community and government and the intentionality of the approach. We are grateful for the opportunity to shape the plan and to learn from Multnomah County's community-centered approach to climate planning, which I also seek to leverage and to carry into our work moving forward. I'm feeling a little bit reflective because yesterday we just launched our climate action planning process with city staff. Last week was Pacific Northwest Climate Week that activated so many community members to just have discussions to learn innovative strategies around climate. And the thing that I want to kind of impress upon you is something I think about, which is the question that Dr. Ayanna Elizabeth Johnson has posited, which is, what if we get it right? You know, myself and Director Vashetinsky work collaboratively. We talk frequently across the region and even internationally with other climate directors to work through some of these tough issues to, you know, of course, be cognizant of the politics and the budgetary constraints that impact all of us who do municipal climate planning. But what if we get it right? I don't know, but I do know that I've lived through 2 significant heat waves in my lifetime, and I feel an obligation to pass along a changing future for future generations, but also for ourselves. We deserve that. The city and county share a commitment to community-driven solutions and equitable climate action. Our partnership on the Climate Justice Plan will inform and strengthen the city's own climate action plan, which I'm launching, as I mentioned, right now, alongside the Sustainability and Climate Commission. And as we embark on this process, I look forward to continuing this vital partnership between Multnomah County and the City of Portland. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Jonna Davis. I'm the Executive Director of the Northeast Coalition of Neighborhoods, the City of Portland's District 2 Coalition Program. However, I am here today in my capacity as the second Vice President of the NAACP and the Chair of the Environmental and Climate Justice Committee. I am excited to be here, not only from the community aspect of coming alongside a group of amazing folks to serve on the steering committee for the Climate Justice Plan, but I also serve as the chair of your Advisory Council to Sustainability and Innovation. So I wear a few hats, but actually what got me started was the most important hat that I wear, and that is of a mother. I bought my first home in the 90s in North Portland because I was a City of Portland employee who could kind of see the way things were moving and thought, this will be great. I can raise a family here in this working class family. My partner was from that area, and we knew the area well. I'd always lived in Northeast Portland, but thought I'd move to North Portland and that would be good. However, two of my children ended up with asthma and asthma-related issues that got me to wondering, since we don't smoke, we don't drink, we got important things and eat organic, why are my children getting sick? And lo and behold, we found out that we were in one of the worst areas in Portland, in Multnomah County, for pollution. You name it, every type of pollution. And so while I've only been on the scene and as an official organizer in the environmental and climate justice arena, for about 7 years, I would say, I've actually been at this for a while, fighting for my family. I have friends who lost loved ones during this last heat dome. I have witnessed what the effects have done to my in-laws and to the folks in North Portland and all over the county. And so I come here today with a heart of gratitude for the commitment that Multnomah County has made to help move such an amazing project as this climate justice plan. And I say justice with a capital J. It's not just an action plan, this is a justice plan. Those of us on the front line will not see true justice if we are not at the table. And so one of the goals, one of the major goals that I have for this plan is to see the community readiness and to see the community being represented all along the way. Having worked for government and nonprofits, I can see where you can just show up as a token. But in this actual plan, we were able to be in from the beginning, from the very initial stages. There are some of us at the table in the room and those who are not even here who helped shape this plan and have done some amazing work through zines, through outreach. Just, you can see the list of all of the agencies. But most importantly, what I hope you see is the impact. We've got new generations of activists, organizers. I won't even try to call out all the names, but one of my favorites is the Kijani Collective. And when you look at this plan, please don't feel the burden of, oh, where's the county gonna do all this? No, this is an us problem. We are at the table, we are here, we are ready to do the work. I'm excited for the opportunity for the Advisory Council to be a part of the next iteration of the plan. We're not going to step away. We are here to continue to hold Multnomah County accountable for the values that you say you stand for. And we're excited to partner with you. We're thankful for the great work that the Sustainability Office has done. We're grateful for what the city's doing, more than one bureau. There's so many folks around this table. And with everything that's going on in our world today, it's truly, truly imperative that we continue to support this work now. We don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. We don't know what's going to happen in November. We don't know the future, but we do know that a lot of work has gone into this plan, and it would show honor and respect to us community members if not only did we take a vote and say, hey, in this room today, we vote and we support this plan, but we are looking forward to your continued support. And so I thank you. I'm watching the clock. I will cut my remarks, but I just want to say I really appreciate the opportunity to be at the table in a real, true, and meaningful way. I have a lot going on. The last thing I want to do is waste my time being a token. And so thank you for this opportunity. I look forward to working with you. We look forward to working with you.
Thank you all very, very much for being here. Appreciate that.
Glad you closed this out.
All right, so John, anything more for the presentation? Okay, so we do have several people signed up for public testimony, and we do have a hard stop in about 15 minutes. So Tasia, why don't we go ahead and start the public testimony at 2 minutes, and we'll get through as much as we can, and then we'll reconvene after we do our time certain parts for our three.
Okay. I'm going to start with in-person testimony. We have Damon Mott-Story, Patricia Kohlberg, Nathan Ong Norris, and Enzo. Please come down to the presenter's table.
All right, good morning. You can go ahead and begin, and just hit the button. There you go.
Okay. Good morning, Chair Jessica Vega Pederson and Commissioners Moyer, Singleton, Brem Edwards, and Jones-Dixon. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify this morning. For the record, my name is Damon Mott-Story, and I serve as the director of the Sierra Club's Oregon chapter, the state affiliate of America's oldest and largest grassroots environmental group. In Oregon, we have over 55,000 members and supporters across the state, including nearly 7,000 living in Multnomah County who are active on environmental and climate issues. I'm here today to speak in strong support of the county's climate justice plan. As a grassroots organization, we've been thoroughly impressed with the broad, inclusive effort to collaboratively create this plan. The Office of Sustainability moved the project forward, ensuring it was informed by best available climate science and expertise from community members who experience climate impacts firsthand and without adequate resources. As a result, hundreds of community members and more than 15 climate justice and environmental organizations, including my own, have publicly testified or written in support of the plan, voicing support for its intersectional approach. Climate justice is racial justice, climate justice is economic justice, and climate justice is health justice. And all of these issues are inextricably linked to each other. Too often as climate advocates, we get bogged down in the doom and gloom statistics, and it's notable that this plan is rooted in a kind of pragmatic optimism in that it lays out a bold vision for the future we do want to live in instead of the doomsday scenarios we hope to avoid. And I want to emphasize this focus is not only refreshing, it's essential. We as human beings are inspired and motivated by visions of a positive future, and we're not sustainably or healthily motivated by a fear of worst-case scenarios. This climate justice plan is specific and broad-ranging in its recommendations for action at both the county and among neighboring government jurisdictions and community-based organizations. The comprehensive analysis is incredibly valuable to all of us who focus on environmental justice and climate action. We at the Sierra Club find this plan to be one of the best government documents on climate action we've ever seen and enthusiastically recommend its adoption. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Patricia Kohlberg. Thank you very much to all the commissioners for this opportunity to comment on the climate justice plan. I'm here from Oregon Physicians for Social Responsibility and also spent a couple of decades as Multnomah County Health Department medical director, so have a history with the county. I very much appreciate the time and effort that went into this plan, and I want you to take my remarks as friendly amendments to a well-researched, vetted, and comprehensive plan. I've submitted a much more detailed version of my remarks this morning. I want to comment primarily about diesel particulate matter, which is the single most dangerous air pollutant in Portland for several reasons. We have a ton of it. It's uniquely toxic. It's widely dispersed in our community, and it's a killer, resulting in hundreds of deaths of Oregonians every year. And DEQ estimates that we lose annually $2.26 billion statewide due to diesel particulate pollution. And lastly, it's a very potent contributor to global warming, possibly secondary only to CO2. And as many people have said already, it has disproportionate effects on BIPOC communities, houseless persons, and is a really big occupational health issue. I was really pleased to see that the plan recognizes DPM as a major source of harms, acknowledges that current regulations fall short, and includes strategies to enhance community involvement, and proposes to investigate indirect source rules. I'll let you read the rest of my comments. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Nathan Ong Norris. I'm a community organizer with the Democratic Socialists of America, and I'm a candidate for District 2. I'm happy to see the excellent work in this climate justice plan. I believe this to be a critical and necessary step for our community to adapt and endure the ongoing climate crisis. Many of the strategies in the climate justice plan require expanding or novel capacity for the county, and it is irresponsible to adopt this plan, which we sorely need, while simultaneously throwing away dollars to a billionaire-owned sports franchise without any guarantees. If the Blazers are as critical to the county as clean water and clean air, let the basketball team expand our capacity by paying for these specific strategies detailed in the climate justice plan. Transit Strategy 4 is secure sustainable transit funding and work toward a universally accessible, high quality, and resilient transit system. Therefore, it makes perfect sense to tie this Moda Center deal to the transit center that many people utilize to travel to and from games and concerts. For the duration of the Blazers' time in Portland, every transit line that has a stop in the Rose Quarter Transit Center should be fully funded and should run 24 hours a day with electric buses. Clean Energy Strategy 1 is decarbonize Multnomah County operations. This board should demand that the renovation include adding solar panels to the roof of Moda Center and a massive battery backup system installed in the basement. Insist those upgrades be done by local unionized labor. When the power goes out in Portland, let our stadium be a place to gather, to talk to each other, and seek safety. Deals with Dundon and Rip City Management are opportunities for investment by outside sources into our communities to support the goals of Climate Justice Plan. I urge you to adopt the Climate Justice Plan and then live by it immediately at this meeting. I understand that these demands may seem radical, so I offer an alternative for my siblings at AFSCME 88. Stop the vote, hire a negotiator, don't sell us out. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Vega, Pederson, and members of the board. My name is Enzo Carpio, and I am the co-chair of the Education Subcommittee for the Multnomah Youth Commission. I'm testifying today in strong support of adopting the final Multnomah County Climate Justice Plan. Rather than just predicting emissions or setting vague goals, the plan takes direct action based on local needs. It ensures everyone in the county gets a safe baseline level of protection. At the same time, it focuses extra resources and building projects on the specific neighborhoods that face the highest pollutions and weakest infrastructure. The strength of this plan lies in its comprehensive scope. By organizing county action into 12 distinct interconnected pillars, the framework acknowledges that climate policy cannot be separated from public health, infrastructure resilience, housing stability, and economic development. It updates a regional governance model to treat these sectors as a single coordinated system. Adopting this document provides a clear, practical roadmap for the next decade of county spending. It shifts our environmental strategy from reacting to damage to actively preparing our communities. Passing this plan ensures that future infrastructure spending, municipal retrofits, and resource distribution will be guided by clear metrics of equity and efficiency. I urge the board to vote yes and formally adopt the Climate Justice Plan. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. So
Next.
Tasia, I think we have time for the three next people.
Our next is Diego Vega Vasquez, Fiona Keneally, and Diane Meisenhelter.
Good morning. Thank you for being here. You can go ahead and hit the button and begin.
Hello, Chair Vega Pederson and Board Commissioners. My name is Diego Vega Vasquez, and I'm a recent graduate of Reynolds High School. I am also the co-chair of the Multnomah Youth Commission, and I'm speaking today to strongly support the adoption of the Multnomah County Climate Justice Plan. Multnomah County is host to one of the most diverse populations in Oregon and is home to thousands of people from all ages and backgrounds. It is a place I'm proud to call home and hope future generations can experience the same beauty it contains. Everybody loves a cozy rainy day or a sunny day out in the river. Our county is a place each and every resident relies on. This is all to reiterate the importance of keeping it healthy and protecting the beautiful landscape it contains. The Multnomah County Climate Justice Plan has been worked on for several years by people from every part of our communities to make sure not a single person is left behind. It contains a comprehensive plan for 12 areas of focus with clear and concise goals, such as addressing climate issues before disasters and bringing a clear roadmap for the future of county climate spending. My testimony is not only mine, but also the testimony of thousands of kids whose biggest desire is to have a safe place to play outside. The teenagers who want to be able to explore their passions and bring change to their communities, and all the rest of us who want to be able to chase our dreams and aspirations without systemic barriers being our biggest obstacle. Lastly, I would like to leave you all with one last thing to remember when making your decisions. Our world is filled with uncertainties and moments of fear. However, some of us will have to experience these truths more than the rest. And so I stand here today and ask you all not to forget those of us who are currently looking for a glimmer of hope in our worlds. Be that glimmer of hope for all the people out there who believe that nothing is ever going to change. Fight this vital battle to make sure Multnomah County can become an example for so many other places in the world to take action for their people and to not leave anyone behind. Thank you for your time, your leadership, your commitment to the climate just future for Multnomah County youth. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Fiona Keneally. I use she and her pronouns. I'm the Data and Impact Manager at Lift Urban Portland. We are a food assistance organization and the backbone of the Coalition to Advance Food Equity. And I'm here today to express support for the Climate Justice Plan as a food systems professional. I want to thank the team behind this plan. I am incredibly grateful to see food named as an explicit goal front and center, and to see a cross-sector approach that acknowledges the severity of the climate crisis and the hunger crisis, and the potential for real change when we address both things at the same time. We are in a rapidly accelerating hunger crisis. Visits to the Oregon Food Bank Network rose by more than 50% in the last 2 years, and the SNAP crisis last fall impacted more than 100,000 county residents. We're bracing for a similar disruption this fall when the Farm Bill extension expires. In light of this, we strongly support the adoption of this plan, and I want to advocate for a very active collaborative partnership. 4 of the 5 food strategies are listed as community leadership rather than direct county strategies or investment, and it is true that we have strong community leadership. We have statewide agencies like the Oregon Food Bank and Oregon Hunger Task Force leading advocacy at a state level. We have a robust network of nonprofits, mutual aids, gardeners, faith communities, farmers, and coalitions doing this work at the local level. But there's a regional gap coordinating between these 2 scales, state and small-scale local. We urge the county to consider how they could help bridge this gap. We know secondhand about the incredible food justice work happening in East County with Crops Farm under Commissioner Jones-Dixon's leadership. We know about conversations at the state level at Oregon Food Bank about statewide food resiliency. And within our own coalition at CAFE, we're launching a farm-to-food assistance program that'll bring fresh food from farmers into our food pantries. We need somebody to act as a convener and a connector to link this work, and we invite a broader conversation about how this plan could help bring the county into that role. To close, I want to briefly share my personal connection to this work. I'm in my late 20s, and for me, this work is survival work. It is essential that we do it now, collaboratively, and I thank you all.
Thank you all. Thanks so much for being here. So I know we have several folks still signed up for public testimony. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead. I was like, we're 2 minutes early, but we're actually not. Okay, go ahead.
Diana Meisenhelter with Extinction Rebellion. I urge county commissioners to adopt the climate justice plan as soon as possible. Not only did the planning process start with significant input from a broad range of BIPOC and frontline community members who are hardest hit by climate chaos, but it has involved hundreds of county residents in one of the most thorough and interesting public participation processes I've seen locally in the past 4 decades. The plan is filled with data and resources that provide a critical overview of the climate justice challenges facing our region. More importantly, it will serve as a nation roadmap towards the well-being economy we so desperately need. I was pleased to see that the final plan prioritized 24 key county strategies, and although we could quibble about what those should be, what is of import is that once this plan is adopted, it is critical to next work on a phased timeline approach to tackle the priorities most salient for achieving substantial impacts given the county's mission and current resources, in addition to what might be leveraged for this ongoing work. To delay or not make progress on substantially mitigating the existential crisis we face will be extremely costly in the long term, both in terms of financial but also and economic impacts, but as well as the health and well-being of our community. Without further delay, we should mobilize a broad segment of the population and community partners to get behind various aspects of this plan and turn it into reality. That is a worthwhile effort that many of us will want to take part in. So it's really important that you move this forward. And just in closing, I'd like to say that it's really critical right now that we really reduce emissions to reduce harm, but also focus on resiliency so that there's community resiliency hubs, emergency water plans, all the things that we're going to need as this crisis worsens. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, so we're going to do a little schedule changing here. So thanks everyone who's here for R2, for the climate justice plan work. We have a time certain item that is starting right now. So we are going to move to R3. We are going to go through the presentation and the invited testimony because folks on the invited testimony have some time constraints that we want to make sure we're dealing with. And then we will go back after invited testimony, and then we will go back to R2 and continue that. All right. So
I guess just a sort of point of order. Why would the invited testimony people only get to testify? Some people have left, like, their jobs to come testify. It just seems like then we're gonna make.
So I'm going to ask folks, if you're in the back of the room, go ahead and move over to the lobby to continue conversations so we can move through. We want to get back to R2 as quickly as possible, so we want to move through the beginning of R3 for those folks who have time constraints.
R3, resolution codifying the terms of engagement for the county's negotiation of an intergovernmental agreement with the city.
Yeah, Tasia, we're going to give it a minute to make sure. So again, if folks who are in the back of the room can go ahead and move out, and maybe we can have some staff help with that. Okay, great. So appreciate. If everyone's here who's here for R3 or staying for the continuation of R2, if you guys want to take your seats or if you want to wait in the lobby, you're welcome to do that.
So, Madam Chair, the issue I was going to raise is the invited testimony. They're not actually the parties to the agreement, and it seems unfair that we're going to take invited testimony and then have people who signed up not have to wait through a whole nother, go back to the whole other agenda item. And I mean, I'll just say specifically, it seems rude to our representative of our county employees to take them at the end. So I would say that we should either take all the testimony at one time or save it for later.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, can we move on to R3?
R3, resolution affirming the county's commitment to the renovation of the Moda Center arena.
May I have a motion? Second. Commissioner Jones-Dixon moves. Commissioner Singleton seconds. Approval of R3. So today, our board will take our next steps in our work on Multnomah County's investment in the renovation of the Moda Center. This is our second public meeting, and we've had multiple executive sessions as well. I want to thank everyone for being here today and the hundreds of community members who've submitted testimony on the matter. That's a testament to how important this issue is to our community. Before us is a resolution that affirms the county's commitment to the renovation of the Moda Center Arena and our expectations for the terms of this commitment. A draft of this resolution was circulated to each office early last week for feedback, which built upon the feedback we heard in our executive sessions and recent public works sessions. I believe the first version of this resolution was actually shared back in March. I believe this resolution reflects the majority of priority items that I've heard from my colleagues, and if approved, will guide our negotiations for an IGA with the City of Portland, the owner of the Moda Center. This resolution makes clear that Multnomah County's commitment is reliant on a deal that includes strong community and neighborhood benefits. This is a deal that is bigger than just keeping the Blazers in Portland for the next 20 years. A significant Moda Center renovation will serve as the foundation of a Rose Quarter and Lower Albina revitalization in partnership with local community organizations already doing this work. There is transformational work happening in the Rose Quarter and Lower Albina district. This investment can be leveraged with the work of the Albina Vision Trust, the 1803 Fund, and many other organizations to reconnect this historic community. And it should include a project labor agreement that ensures good, long-term, living wage jobs are part of the renovation project and the operations to come. There has been much debate over the Moda Center renovation deal. And while last week my office received nearly 200 emails supporting a renovation deal and 6 against, I know that there is consternation about the amount of money, the source of money, the lack of detail in the use of this money. There have been calls to put some of the money into our budget to fill gaps and county needs. I understand that and I feel it. We just went through a grueling budget process and know there are more ahead. But if we don't have a long-term turnaround in our community's economic trajectory, Multnomah County's budget, the City of Portland's budget, our school district's budgets will all be suffering for years to come. A renovated, activated Moda Center is a key part of that recovery. The Moda Center is a crucial economic engine for our county, and it's imperative that we negotiate in good faith to sustain this civic asset for generations. Moda not only generates hundreds of jobs in its on-site operations, there are thousands more impacted outside of Moda in area hospitality, food and beverage, manufacturing, air, ground, and rail transportation, and the extensive supply chain into and out of Moda. I believe this resolution ensures that any potential deal will benefit generations to come. Today, Multnomah County can join the state of Oregon and soon the City of Portland in our commitment to our region's economy with terms that can ensure a fair deal for our county and community. We will hear several amendments today that can help strengthen that deal. We have a number of guests here today to speak to this resolution, and I want to thank Mayor Wilson, Senator Kate Lieber, our labor partners, as well as guests from the Portland Fire, Sports Oregon, and the Metro Chamber for joining us today to speak to the importance of a renovated Moda Center for our collective future. Now I'll turn it over to my Deputy Chief of Staff, Stacy Bork, to kick off this presentation.
Chair, when is the commission going to be able to provide some opening comments before we turn it over to staff and before we give it to the invited guests and then we go back to the other amendment? I would like the commission to have an opportunity to sort of make your opening statements. You had an opportunity to do that, and I think we all should have the opportunity to do that, to frame it up. I don't think that's at all unreasonable versus pushing us off to this afternoon.
So just like any other resolution that is brought forward, the people who are sponsoring the resolution gets to make opening remarks and provide the presentation. We have folks who are here today on a limited time. There are, and I know there's a lot, but every single other presentation we do, we have opening remarks from the sponsoring board member, and then we go into the presentation.
Well, I would just say before you go back to R2 that this commission should have an opportunity to frame up the conversation as well.
Okay, that
because
sounds
this is
fair.
only our second meeting, and so I think it's very inappropriate to try and cut the board out of having an opportunity to say something at the very beginning.
This is a resolution I'm bringing forward, and so I'm having a statement just like you and, or just like Commissioner Moyer did for what she did this morning. So I'm happy to have the board make comments before we go back to R2. So we'll do that. But now I'm going to turn things over to Stacy and our invited testimony.
So, Chair, I would say that we often give the commissioner whose district something is in an opportunity to say something, and there is something I would like to share before we jump into this presentation.
Okay, so
But
Commissioner,
it has
hold
to
on,
do in
Commissioner.
particular with a motion that I intend to make, and I need some guidance from the county attorney on whether I should make that now or wait.
Okay, so if we're going to have any commissioners speak, I think all commissioners need to have a chance to speak. So if everyone has some comments, we will do that, but we're going to go up.
I have a question. It's not.
Okay, yes.
This presentation is about which version? Because the official version was the one Wednesday, right? The one that we would then act off of. Then there was a Friday version, and then I think there's been another. So I just am curious, which version is both the testimony and this presentation based off of?
So this is on what was posted on Wednesday.
Okay.
Anything that was posted after Wednesday is just listed as an amendment.
Okay, so I should hear this in regards to Wednesday's version, and then we'll talk about how it has changed?
Yes.
Great, thank you. That was just my point of clarification.
Okay, Commissioner Singleton.
Thank you, Chair. I want to make sure that we're centering this conversation on those who are most impacted by the decision. And as I've been saying for over a month, we should be voting on a resolution after the City of Portland's vote, and we understand what their commitment is. And so I do plan to make a motion to table this resolution until August 13th, after City Council has met and had a formal vote, and that we have the documents and things that we need in front of us. Additionally, in that time, I think it is imperative that we have a conversation with our frontline workers so that they are more appropriately looped in, not only to what is in this deal, but what are the commitments that we want to see out of community benefits and as it relates to not just project labor agreement, but also labor harmony for the hopefully more full-time jobs within the Moda Center. And so I don't want to make the motion to table now if it means it will cut conversation. I think we should use this time today to hear from people since folks have come here, but so I wanted to just understand if I make that motion now, will that cut this agenda item, and therefore I should wait until we move into a space of voting?
Thank you for that question, Commissioner. It's the latter. If you want to table and you make that motion now and it's second and approved, and it will cut off all discussion in the matter today. However, if you're just signaling that you're anticipating that motion in the future, I think that gives your other commissioners just an idea of where you are.
Make that motion, I will second it.
Thank you. I do want to hear from folks, so I will make that motion later.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Burm-Edwards.
Okay, I'm just going to start with my framing up comments since this is our opportunity to do it at the very beginning. So I think I'm the only person at the dais who was on Broadway with thousands of other Oregonians for the Blazer Championship Parade. Were you there?
No, I wasn't.
No, he wasn't alive. I know that, and you either. That's why I felt pretty. That's why I felt pretty comfortable saying that.
You don't have to say everything out loud.
I have a long history with the Blazers, including their ups and downs, and I want them to stay. I'm also a season ticket holder for the Fire. Today is a planning day, setting the table for negotiations with the city. I want to get a yes in a way that upholds our responsibility to the county and those we serve. And I want to get 3 facts on the table at the start. Fact number 1, despite the political spin, the chair's proposal will cost the county $138.6 million, and the payments will be made by the county until 2049. This is not $88 million or $101 million. If you look at the materials that have been posted that were prepared by, that we just got last week, that were prepared by the county finance staff, it's very clearly the total cost to the county that would not be going to the county budget or be available to the county is $138 million. Fact number 2, the county is not negotiating with the Blazers or Tom Dundon. We are negotiating with the city of Portland. The $138 million will be paid to the city at the expense of supporting the county's many crumbling, unhealthy, unsafe, and inaccessible buildings, roads, bridges, and also the county's support for those needing mental health and addiction treatment services and veterans, seniors, people with disabilities, and others that we serve. It will come at the expense of community safety and neighborhood livability and support for local struggling businesses. Fact number 3, Last year, the county chair proposed significant budget cuts, including cutting 675 shelter beds and about 180 employee positions. Her proposed budget cuts cut mental health services, support for crime victims and individuals in mental health court, ending employment reentry programs that have proven effective helping people become self-sufficient, and many more. And next year, we got the preview at the end of the budget that things were going to even be worse. So those three facts, the chair's proposed cost is $138 million of this proposal. Second, we're negotiating with the city. And third, the county's chair's budget this year made substantial cuts, and next year will be worse. When the stakes are high in negotiation, what should a leader do? I would say, of course, put together the best team possible to negotiate on the behalf of the county. I want somebody in there with their elbows out, sharp elbows at that, getting the best deal for the county, because these resources are super important. But that's not what happened. Basically lacking experience and expertise, the result is what is being brought to us here today. This proposal was not built in the public and puts $138 million on the table with squishy terms and, frankly, very few commitments being requested from the city. And I'm going to say what you will, and I don't know where the mayor is here, but say what you will about the city's proposal and how it came about. At least their term sheet to the Blazers is a detailed 14-page proposal that asserts the city's interest. It's actually quite clever of the city and the mayor to have gotten the chair to personally commit to cutting future county services and employees to preserve city services and employees. The county commission had one public meeting, and the chair's invited guests, the Blazers, declined to participate. And the other guests, the city, came with an outdated, uninformed economic impact study and no detailed plans for the renovations or the cost. The chair said she followed up with a letter to the mayor asking for the updated economic impact report and the detailed renovations and costs, and I appreciate that you did that. You also asked for a one-on-one meeting with Tom Dundon, but we didn't get either the updated economic report, here we are today, so this is why I'm supporting Commissioner Singleton's vote to table it, and actually Commissioner Moyer and I asked for this last Friday, but we clearly didn't get either of the things that we had asked for or any additional information. And so how can we possibly be making setting up our terms without that information? I mean, for example, one of our terms is we're not going to pay for any cost overruns, but we didn't even have any of the costs. So how would we even know if there's a cost overrun? It's just, it doesn't even make any sense. So today we can reset the negotiating table so that we're actually representing the county's mission and the interests as we head into negotiations with the city, not the Blazers. We're at the start of the discussions. Nothing that we have done so far, or even that will happen today, is binding on the county. And since the county has received nothing that it has asked for from the city, there's nothing that we will lose by resetting the table or by delaying. And people may say, because this comes up frequently, but the commission agreed, and they point to a letter. We all know that public entities like the county commission need to actually do their work in public. And we've never had a meeting where we said, what are the terms? What can we do? So that letter, it didn't come out of any formal action. Let's just be clear about that. And besides, any proposals were always contingent on the county's terms being met, and this is our first public meeting to discuss those terms. So I'm very supportive of putting this off. We need to have real information from the city. We can't just do this on a wish and a prayer. And frankly, when we get to the amendments at the point in time we do, we need to really be thinking hard about whether we should be sending money that will go to county services, potentially, and sending it to the city for something that is not our obligation. I believe that we should make an investment, but this is the wrong deal. This is not a fair deal, and it's not in the county's interests, and it's not aligned with the county's mission.
Great, thank you for those remarks. Commissioner Jones-Dixon.
Good morning. I'm ready to engage in the conversation. I'm looking forward to the presentation and then also the amendments. Thank you for your comments. Move on to Commissioner Moyer.
Okay, thank you. All right, Commissioner Moyer. You guys already, well, you said you just had a question and you already got to.
I didn't say I want to talk, I just had a question. Can I?
Well, do you have comments?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
I'll keep mine brief. I think that Commissioner Bryn Edwards voiced a lot of my core concerns. I do think that there is a lot of emotion in this process, and I appreciate that, because I think the idea that we would lose the Blazers if we don't offer a good enough deal is painful for the city. Like, it hurts me that that's very real. But I think it is also really important that we be measured and thoughtful in this process and do our due diligence. I think it is my responsibility as a county commissioner to have the information necessary to make this decision, understand the consequences and the pros and cons, and weigh what is in the best interest of the county. I don't believe I have that information. I don't know what the actual cost of the renovation is or what it would do. I've never seen that. I have never heard there is a deal. You know, I have certainly been told I'm jeopardizing it, but I would like to know what deal I am in fact jeopardizing, because I have yet to see that come across. And I think that there are moments where you have to ask yourself, who is being asked to sacrifice for this? And our situation as the county is different than the city. We provide safety net services to our most vulnerable community members. That is what the county does. That is why I ran for the county and not the city, because I am passionate about government being a force that helps people in their lives, particularly at those hardest moments. There are things in this proposal I support. I do support the initial conversation when I was first approached in January, where it was only $60 million we were being asked for, and it was all to be from the motor vehicle rental tax, which has a designated purpose that falls in line with economic development and tourism. I felt that was an appropriate use of that money that was going to become available in 2030. Where I have had my heartburn is when we started putting money on the table that was general fund. That was money that is directly used in order to provide our core services to help our most vulnerable. That's where I can't rob Peter to pay Paul. I cannot cut rental assistance to families on the verge of homelessness. That is very real. We barely came up with, I don't know what our final $1 million number, but it was less than 10 that we put in of one-time only money for rental assistance. I don't know how we do that again next year. I sure would like that business income tax to help us get there. There's a lot of conversations about jobs, and I am passionate about family wage jobs. That is the core of what I have spent a huge chunk of my career fighting for. But I want to talk about those jobs because this is not a zero-sum equation. There will be more layoffs in the next 3 years of county jobs. People who have worked tirelessly on behalf of the county delivering services. We just laid off, I don't know what the final number with bumping was, but the budget included over 160 positions that are no longer with the county. Those were family wage jobs. You are asking for money that could preserve those jobs to go to a deal where I have seen nothing solid in writing that any job produced from that is going to be a high-quality family wage job. I want a deal. I would not have put in the amount of work that I have with Commissioner Brim-Edwards. I've got 9 amendments. We're going to be here a while. But they're all about trying to get more for the community in this deal, because I do feel like I understand 100% everybody who is desperate for this deal. Because it does hurt the city if the Blazers leave. Do I know exactly how much and to whom and with what distribution? No, because I've not seen any economic impact study. I would like to know that. But I'm not going to say, oh, the Blazers leaving means nothing. I don't believe that. But I do believe we are all being held hostage, and this is my opinion. Let me be very clear. I don't speak for anyone but myself. I believe we are all motivated by feeling like we are being held hostage by someone or a group of someone who I've never met or spoken to, who have not shown a lot of care for our community. I want to build a relationship. I want a mutually beneficial arrangement. But that requires another party showing any interest in that. And I don't have the confidence, and I am sorry, I have nothing against the city of Portland, but I feel a fiduciary responsibility for the funds of Multnomah County. I don't want to turn this blindly over to them and say, go get good things. This is county money. This is county responsibility, and I want to assure in what we are putting across the table that there is true community benefit. So that's absolutely what's going to be behind my amendments. It's how I get to yes. And we have to deliver for the people, because that is the point. So that's my opening statement.
Thank you. All right, so we just go like this. Thank you. All right, Commissioner Singleton.
Thank you, Chair. I think folks heard a bit of my concerns of making sure that we have a little bit more process here and that folks are pulled in transparently of what exactly are the dollars we're talking about, but also this is an opportunity for us to get concrete about what we mean by community benefits, the things that we want to see in the renovation. I do want to make sure that it's also including the things that we need to have and attract more concerts, and that we have more use of this arena. So there are some specific things I think that the county wants to see, and I don't agree. I know I'm about to hear from a bunch of people who are going to tell me we should vote today and the county has to go first. And I simply disagree. I think that we can say what we want out of this deal. We can be clear with the city about what we want to see negotiated, and they can go forth and do that, and we can continue our conversation as a county. And I say this because, excuse me, I have the experience of doing this work both on IBR and the Rose Quarter. These projects take time, and we can both get the things we need for economic vitality as well as the things that we need for community benefit. We can do both, and I know that we can move that forward here as a county. So I want to be clear that I am supportive of a fair deal for this Moda Center. I am supportive of a PLA of labor harmony, of the renovations we need for a more accessible, a more environmentally friendly arena. I agree with an earlier speaker. I want solar panels. I actually want the offsetting cost to go for any storage to go to the residents in that community to offset their utility cost. So there's things that we can do here that I do think are a big benefit, and I look forward to the conversation today, but we'll be coming back to make that motion to table a vote on the resolution at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So now we're going to move into invited testimony, and I want to...
Chair, I just have one final question for the county attorney. I just want to make sure that I'm clear on the what we're voting on today, or what we're discussing today. The IGA, the resolution just gives us direction as far as, gives staff's direction as far as how to engage with the city regarding the IGA, right? And it doesn't lock us in today to anything, and then we can begin the conversation as far as negotiations in the future.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Okay.
And in addition, once there is a negotiated IGA, that will come back to this board for approval.
Yeah.
Okay, so we need to go through the...
Yes. Oh, no, go ahead. So Stacy here is just going to actually walk us through the resolution and what we're doing today, as well as some of the next steps that are going to come after. So we'll go to that presentation, and then we'll move to invited testimony.
Tasia, presentation, please. Thank you, Madam Chair, Commission. I'm Stacy Bork, I use she and her pronouns, Deputy Chief of Staff to Chair Vega Pederson. I'm joined, many of you probably assumed that you'd be seeing Eric Ariano, Chief Financial Officer, up here today. He's on a well-deserved vacation. And so Jeff Renfro, our county economist, is very well versed in the investment terms in front of us, and then have also been working really closely with Will Glasson from the county attorney's office, who's also in the room. Joined today by a number of invited speakers, who the chair mentioned, and also Donnie Oliveira from the city of Portland and Vince Porter from the governor's office. So I'm going to jump into a presentation. I will walk us through the posted resolution from Wednesday, just to clarify. That's the one. It's called draft. Commissioner Jones-Dixon, thank you for the question on what we're asking for the board today. We're here for two things. We're not asking for formal budget action today. We're asking to affirm the board's commitment to invest in the renovation of the arena and the ongoing initial capital expenditures, and we can certainly talk more about what that looks like. And then also affirm the board's support to direct the county to continue negotiating an IGA or intergovernmental agreement with the city of Portland for this investment. So that's what the resolution asked for, and those are the actions that we're seeking support for today. Thank you. Next slide, please. So what this translates to, the action today, is the resolution that's passed today becomes the basis for those negotiations that'll be brought over to the city of Portland over the next several months. In just a couple slides, I've got a timeline showing kind of where we've been, and then at the end of the presentation, a timeline as proposed based on the tentative dates between the county and the city, what we look forward to over the next several months leading up to the end of the calendar year, 12/31. The CFO will also begin with jurisdictional partners, defining and identifying the term and approach of the identified and approved funding. So those are the actions that we're seeking today, and that's ultimately what this resolution translates to. Thank you. Next slide, Tasia. So just an orientation. This board has had several executive sessions, first one on February 5th, then March 2nd, we drafted a draft resolution that was shared with all offices on March 3rd. On March 13th, the board shared a letter with Commissioner Adam Silver of the NBA, identifying the same financial terms that we're discussing today. Those have not shifted. On March 31st, Governor Kotek signs SB 1501. Following over the next several months, there's lots of discussion happening around the Moda Center. This board had an executive session on June 16th. Portland City Council hosted a series of public discussions in city parks this summer. This board had a public work session on June 23rd, 1 month ago today, and we are here today, July 23rd, for a discussion, public testimony, and proposed vote for a resolution to send the key terms to the city of Portland for those IGA negotiations. Thank you. Next slide, please, Tasia. So I'm going to jump a little bit now into the resolution. There are copies, just for folks to know, there are copies back at the board clerk's desk in the front of the room if you're interested in following along. The foundation of the resolution is that the county is not asked to do this alone, proposing to do this in partnership with the city of Portland and the state of Oregon to renovate this arena. You'll hear from a number of partners in just a few minutes who will speak more to what this looks like from a community perspective, a regional perspective, and a statewide perspective on how important a renovated Moda Center arena is. One of the key tenets that you'll hear about today is a commitment to a 20-year lease and a long-term commitment from the Blazers to stay in the Moda Center as a sign of their commitment to this community and to the renovation of the arena. So I'm going to read through some of the findings in the resolution. Multnomah County's mission is to improve the well-being of our residents by providing accessible, high-quality, and innovative public services that promote our residents' health, safety, and economic well-being and stability. Positive economic conditions fosters the work of the county. Whether it's addressing homelessness, behavioral health, or public safety, decisions about major regional assets must be evaluated through that lens. Major regional employers and economic anchors, such as the Portland Trail Blazers, directly affect the conditions that drive demand for county services. From workforce stability to housing security, the Portland Trail Blazers and the Moda Center function as a regional economic engine. For 3 decades, the Moda Center has defined Portland as a premier sports and entertainment destination, fueling our economy, inspiring civic pride, and welcoming families from across the city, state, and region. Now publicly owned, the Moda Center is truly Oregon's arena, home of the Trailblazers, a gathering place for community events and concerts, and the home of the Portland Fire. The Moda Center Arena provides year-round economic activity for the region. As of 2024, the economic analysis that was discussed a little bit earlier, the Moda Center and visitors attract an estimated $670 million annually in regional economic activity, and an estimated 4,400 jobs are supported through operations and visitor spending. The Moda Center is the oldest arena in the NBA not to have undergone a major renovation. Multnomah County has joined the City of Portland and the State of Oregon in pledging public funds to pay for capital renovations and initial ongoing capital expenditures for the arena. A significant Moda Center renovation will serve as a foundation of a Rose Quarter and Lower Albina revitalization in partnership with local community organizations like Albina Vision Trust and the 1803 Fund. As part of its coordinated partnership with the City of Portland and the State of Oregon to renovate the Moda Center Arena, Multnomah County's capital investments will support a renovated arena and this economic activity. The publicly funded investment package reflects a fair market offer and is indicative of our shared passion and commitment to keeping the Trailblazers in Portland and ensuring the Moda Center is a state-of-the-art, world-class arena. The allocations of funds should be proportionate to the county's engagement with the Moda Center's operation and in recognition of the other significant financial obligations of the county. Any investment of the county funds must be accompanied by a commitment from the Trailblazers ownership to stay in Portland for the longer of 20 years or the length of any bonds whose proceeds are invested in the Moda Center or related Rose Quarter developments. Multnomah County is a funding partner, not an owner, operator, or responsible party for the Moda Center or any related Rose Quarter development, maintenance, or asset management. And finally, currently the county plans to make its funding contribution through an IGA with the City of Portland, under which the city will be responsible for transferring that funding for the approved Moda Center investments. Thank you. Next slide, please. So now I'm going to walk us a little bit through some of the key terms in the proposed resolution. Again, I'm saying it now for the 3rd time, a 20-year commitment from the Blazers to stay in Portland, and a set of included remedies for the county if benchmarks are not met. There's labor standards that are explicit in the proposed resolution around a project labor agreement for construction and labor peace agreements for operations and maintenance. And there's specific requirements around public and community benefits, binding contracts for community benefits, as well as mitigating strategies for noise, traffic, and construction disruptions, especially for people who live and work in the Rose Quarter area. Next slide, please, Tasha. Thank you. There's a specific call out for the Portland Fire and Raj Sports in the proposed resolution. And then there's specific identified funding terms and revenue streams that are called out. So the pursuit of new revenue streams for Multnomah County, with examples including fees on food, beverage, merchandise, parking, and tickets as examples. And then also a requirement for this board to consider putting forward in our IGA term sheet to the city an agreement to limit the TIF district expansion or blanket tax exemptions in the Rose Quarter without county approval. And there's a note from the Chief Financial Officer on the estimated Moda Center property tax exemption, which is $1.1 million annually. The county is $177,000. Okay, so I'm going to read now through the resolution section on page 2, starting with number 1. The Multnomah County Board of Commissioners resolves to affirm its commitment to invest in the renovation of the Moda Center Arena and support the initial ongoing capital expenditures. Support the chair in directing the chief financial officer to work with jurisdictional partners, determine the method and approach and timing of financing up to $53 million for the Moda Center capital renovation, supported by a portion of the revenue from the county 2.5 MVRT or motor vehicle rental tax surcharge, which is currently paying the Oregon Convention Center bonds, which mature in fiscal year 2030. To determine the method and timing of allocating county business income tax or BIT revenues realized from the sale of the team for the ongoing capital renovation of the Moda Center not to exceed $35 million and initial ongoing capital expenditures not to exceed $1.6 million. And affirm that the county will not be responsible for cost overruns for Moda Center renovation work or initial ongoing capital expenditures. Further, this directs the chair to begin to negotiate, or direct the county attorney's office to negotiate an IGA with the city of Portland. That's a legally binding agreement that includes remedies allowing the county to recoup its investments if benchmarks are not met, include a project labor agreement with the Building Trades Council for construction, establish or include a commitment to negotiate and sign a multi-union labor peace agreement for operations and maintenance, establishes a binding multi-party contract for community benefits established and realized through the investment of public funds to include community partners, including 1803 and Albina Vision Trust, establish a binding agreement to engage with impacted neighbors, not to expand TIF districts, the blanket property tax exemptions, and expand and pursue those funding streams, and establish requirements for engagement with Portland Fire. Next slide, please. Thank you. So this next slide talks through the funding pieces, and again, Eric is out, Jeff is here, county economist. So it's $35 million in one-time only business income tax, as well as $53 million from MVRT, motor vehicle rental tax, and $13.6 million over several years. And we can provide that up on a screen, what the breakdown year over year looks like for the initial ongoing capital expenditures. Thank you, Tasha. Next slide. Thank you. Okay, so for further legislative action, this is found under section 4 of the proposed resolution. This resolution considers the anticipated legislative actions needed to further the board's discussed goals related to the county's investment of the Moda Center renovation. Board approval of an IGA with the City of Portland that pledges any portion of the 2.5 MVRT surcharge or BIT revenue collected by the county. We anticipate this happening this fall. Board approval of budget appropriation action to allocate funds as needed by the IGA. We anticipate that coming in FY27 and FY28. Amendment of MCC 11.304B to reflect any changes to the 2.45 MVRT surcharge. We expect that to happen in 26. And the following items shall be presented to the Board of County Commissioners before further legislative actions to approve investments in the Moda Center renovation and arena, and initial ongoing capital expenditures are sought. These are a number of the issues that were raised earlier in opening comments around the repeated requests for specific documentation from from the City of Portland via the Portland Trail Blazers. An updated economic analysis that evaluates the local demographic profile, corporate presence, and market capacity to support the investment. Calculates new money infused into the local economy, projects specific tax revenues generated or lost by the arena, and assesses the long-term cost benefit of this facility, including the principal and interest on public bonds, ongoing maintenance, and revenue sharing agreement with the franchise. Complete overview of the employees that work for or contract for services with the Blazers organization and RIP City Management, and a renovation and ongoing maintenance plan that includes but is not limited to a clear project overview, scope of work, timeline, budget breakdown, and risk management plan. So it's the proposal that those documents must be provided before this board considers future legislative action. Thank you. Next slide, Tasha. So what's to come? In front of us we're just at the end of July. There is continues to be a significant amount of work over the next several months. In the next couple of weeks, City Council will have hearings and public testimony on Moda Center Arena term sheet. On August 12th, City Council is tentatively scheduled to vote on an initial term sheet. Following that, Multnomah County and the City of Portland will engage in IGA negotiations. This same time, concurrently, the City of Portland is continuing those lease negotiations with the RIP City Management and the Trailblazers organization. November, December of 26, a vote on an ordinance or resolution approving the MOU for the operator lease happening at the City of Portland. Following that, a vote by this board for a resolution adopting an IGA for the Moda Center Arena. Following that, amendment of Multnomah County MCC 11304B to reflect changes to the MVRT surcharge. Q1, vote on an ordinance approving a formal lease agreement from the City of Portland, followed by 2 subsequent budget modifications or actions through the annual budget process that this board will take in FY 28 and 29. Thank you. Okay, so next up, Madam Chair, we have a series of invited testimony. And so first up, we have Senator Kate Lieber, Mayor Keith Wilson, and then Claire Hamill, President of WNBA Portland Fire, is joining us live from Chicago, where it's All-Star Weekend for the WNBA. So President Hamill is there and joining us virtually this morning.
Okay,
so,
great.
Thank you.
So I'll go ahead and invite, bring the mayor and Senator Lieber down. Thank you so much for being here. And we appreciate having Claire Hamill here. Is she online? Tasia? All right. All right, thank you so much being here. Senator Lieber, I will turn it over to you.
Fantastic. All right.
All right, and just hit, it is still, hit the button, there you go.
Oh.
You probably don't need that, but.
Oh, fantastic. I probably don't. Yeah, you've known me a long time. Good morning, Chair Vega Pederson, Commissioners. My name is Kate Lieber. I am a state senator from Senate District 14, which includes Southwest Portland and parts of Beaverton. I currently chair the Ways and Means Committee in the legislature. I also have with me, I'm going to allow Vince to introduce himself.
Good morning, Chair and Commission members. My name is Vince Porter. I'm Governor Kotek's Deputy Chief of Staff and helped work on the deal that we have at the state.
So we're going to, I wanted to introduce both of us because I think we're going to tag team a little bit in this testimony today, but I wanted to make sure that you had the state represented by both the legislature and the executive branch. So my goal today is to take you all back to March, to about 4 months ago when the legislature was going through this very similar process that you all are doing. And my goal today is to speak to the state's $365 million commitment to the Moda Center and the protections that we outlined in the law that are currently law in Senate Bill 1501. I'm going to talk about what problem back then we were trying to solve, what the bill does, what we thought we were buying, and why we voted for it. And then at the end, I'm going to have an ask. So, what was the problem? Well, it still exists today. Simply put, the Moda Center is the only large-scale civic arena in the state. It is a critical economic and cultural hub. It was built 30 years ago, and it's the oldest unrenovated arena oldest NBA unrenovated arena in the country. And the NBA was telling us, this was before the sale, the NBA was telling us it needed to be renovated in order for an NBA team like the Blazers to continue to play there. So we started working on Senate Bill 1501, and you will hear from others who are really going to go through all of the things around the Moda Center. But we also knew the loss of the Blazers were going to create further holes in both city, county, and state budgets. It just will. So we knew that we had to keep what we had in order to try to even keep our state budget whole. So what does 1501 do? Well, 1501 creates the Oregon Arena Fund, basically a bank account, which can receive the deposits from the state, county, and city to support renovations and ongoing maintenance at the Moda Center. It authorizes DAS, which is the Department of Administrative Services at the state level, to establish a joint authority between the state and the city, and it authorizes $365 million in bonding, and that was based on revenues received by activities at the Moda Center. But it also sets out conditions that must be met before we'll sell any of those bonds. So the first condition is a change in ownership is finalized and approved by the NBA. This condition was met. The second, the state of Oregon and the city of Portland have entered into an agreement for a joint authority which will establish ownership and operation parameters for the Moda Center. The joint authority has the authority to review plans and has approval of the scope, schedule, and budget of construction. So the city and the state are going to have approval over what is essentially the renovation projects being done at the Moda Center. And the joint authority has agreed and then negotiated a lease with with Rip City, in this case, for them to stay for a minimum of 20 years. In addition, it was very important, and I had discussions with many of you here about this. We included, at your behest, that Multnomah County is not on the hook for ongoing expenses. But the additional thing that has to be done before we will sell $365 million worth of bonds is that the city of Portland and Multnomah County have made binding and substantial commitments to finance construction, renovation, maintenance, and deferred maintenance of Moda. So let me talk about the taxpayer protections that are currently in law that were in 1501. So first of all, on cost overruns, if construction costs exceed the budget approved by the joint authority or the budgets approved by the city, county, and state combined, the overage, the cost, is not the state, cities, or county's responsibility. Under the law, Rip City Management pays for it. On breach protections, if there is a breach of the non-relocation agreement, the public bodies involved are entitled to both injunctive relief and liquidated damages equal to any outstanding public debt. This is a very important thing that we put. It's the law, all right? In plain terms, if the team were to leave and breach the agreement in this long-term lease, we can go to court and claw back what is owed. On representation, the bill requires the state to retain a professional negotiator who understands arena deals in these similar-sized markets, so that when we negotiate with the city and the state, with Rip City, we have we and the taxpayer, and more importantly, have real expertise at the table. And that is well on its way to being, we do have somebody that we have retained. And on how we arrived at the $365 million. That number was not pulled out of the air. We calculated how much state income tax revenue is generated today by the Blazers, performers, staff, revenue we would lose if they left, and backed into how much bonding that revenue stream would support. So this was the number based on what we could afford to lose, not the other way around. And on the scope, these are all taxpayer protections in law. Senate Bill 1501 is explicit, again, that any Multnomah County investment may only be used for construction, renovation, maintenance, and deferred maintenance. Nothing ongoing. And on our state accountability, and I see here that you also have something in yours about accountability, the Department of Administrative Services shall report to the legislature at least once per quarter on planning, design, execution of the renovations, on the expenditures by the joint authority, and on the amount and sources of revenue. So we too are going to oversee it. Okay, what did we think we were buying? Well, we knew we needed to update this arena. We knew that there was and approximately that when we talked to the NBA, that they approximately needed about $600 million. That's what they said would be something that they would have, that they would tell whoever bought this, and we now know who purchased it, that they should sit down and negotiate a lease deal. So we knew it was around $600 million. Now I will dare say, if you all know what construction costs are like, that construction is very costly and that it goes up year after year. But what we heard was needed was we needed to transform essential infrastructure, technology upgrades, HVAC upgrades, restroom replacements, back of the house improvements for national touring artists, WNBA, NBA locker room improvements. Now that we have a WNBA team, we need to support them with a locker room that fits their status. Fire and security protection upgrades, mechanical, electrical, plumbing upgrades. They also wanted to innovate the fan experience, reconfigure gathering spaces, concession upgrades, ingress, egress improvements, seating bowl enhancement, enhanced lighting and audio, and improve financial stability by creating year-round social gathering spaces, digital infrastructure, and concert rigging improvements. That is really important because we are not getting the concerts today are giant productions that need a lot of support. We don't have it. So what did we do? We voted for it. We had bipartisan votes from all over the state in a 35-day session. We used a lot of political capital. That was not easy to get. So I understand where you all are. I get it. I'm a member of a legislative body. I get it. But we did that hard thing with all of these taxpayer protections. So why did we vote for it? Well, you're going to hear more, I'm sure, about the economic factors. The Moda Center supports 4,000 to 5,000 jobs. It generates $600 to $700 million in annual regional economic impact. And a significant renovation in the city of Portland creates good paying construction jobs. But more importantly, the Moda Center right now is underutilized in how many days they're booking it out. There's an upside here that we should talk about. And we knew that a renovated arena could actually bring in more days of use. The more days of use, the more regional impact, and therefore, while we're basing our numbers on a static impact, the fact of the matter is the hope and the dream is that we're all going to benefit because of the increased impact, and I do think that's true. So there are several steps that we have to complete. My testimony on 1501, if I don't know why anybody would go back and listen to it, but what I said then was, look, 1501 is the first step. That's it. You all are now marching through steps 2, 3, and 4, but you can't get to those steps until you do your first step. So we knew that 1501 was our first step. This is your first step, okay? You have a whole bunch of other steps that are coming down the line. So here's the steps as I see them. The county has got to do a resolution, and you need to do it now. And the reason is that the city has to do their steps. But we have to let the Blazers and the NBA know how much money that the city, county, and state is willing to put forth for this renovation. You also need to make sure that you get in your IGA, which you're going to vote on later. So once you make this step, the city then has their step to do, which is how much money is the city going to put in? They're putting it in their term sheet, and because you are not at the table to negotiate, right, you got to get it in the city's term sheet, which they're voting on in August 11th. So that's why this, what time? 12th. So 12th, okay? So that's why it's important that you get these steps. Just like we did at the state, if we don't have an acceptable lease agreement, guess what we're not going to do? We're not going to sell the bonds. So the city then, you vote, says how much money you're willing to do and what parameters you are. It gets into the term sheet for the city. The city uses that as their opening salvo for the negotiations. We still have to negotiate the joint authority between the city and the county. That's being done right now too. There is some repair in the relationships between city, county, and maybe even the state with RIP city management. I'm just going to say it out loud. We've got to repair those relationships in order to try to get them back to the table. And then, and only then, will the joint authority be able to negotiate the long-term lease details. And I will say, as an attorney, negotiations are by definition give and take. That alone will take months to work out and get drafted. So let me talk about the timing. We have to continue this process, and we have to keep making those steps. It's been 4 months since the state acted, okay? We have to ensure what we're going for, and I know people talked a lot about this, is they want to start renovations in 2027 and do the renovations during the summer, because the NBA team doesn't have any place to play, doing it for the summer of 27, 28, and 29 in order for us to be ready for the 2030 NC2A Final Four. Now, some people might say, okay, like, big deal. Well, that is a big deal. That is when Portland is highlighted. That is when we show and put our best foot forward. But more importantly, in some respects, is the bonding that the state has committed comes out of our 25-27 bonding allocation, which means the bonding has got to be sold or the state has to reauthorize it. And the state could make a decision not to reauthorize the bonding towards the Moda Center. So by delaying and not getting us into all those steps, it's putting at risk $365 million. So let me just be very clear about my ask now. The state did their part. We're ready, if all conditions are met, to put $365 million towards this renovation. I dare say the lion's share of the renovation. You're not alone. I want to emphasize this. You're not alone. A strong state, county, city partnership is really important. And we did it, and you can do it too. I believe in you. But if it gets off track, if the timing's not met, if we can't get back to the table and negotiate a lease, which will take months, even in drafting, you're risking $365 million in state funding. And if the Blazers leave, the state won't be able to support an investment of that magnitude, if any at all, and the city will be the sole owner of an aging arena in the middle of a city where they will have to make the decision whether to either invest more money and maybe come to the county to ask for more money, or mothball it, which nobody wants to do, which could result in loss of hundreds of millions of dollars of economic activity. So when I voted for this, I can only speak for me. My primary interest was the people of Oregon. The health and vibrancy of our city and state, the growth of our small businesses, good paying jobs for our people. Please do not let the perfect be the enemy of the good. Progress is more important than perfection. But I want you to get your questions answered. You are grappling with really important things. I think it's important for this ownership team to know that they bought a team in Oregon and we have strong labor protections. That's great. They're going to know that, and they're going to know that at the negotiating table because you all have said it and the city keeps saying it. But we have to keep it on track and we have to get to the negotiating table. And that means that we all need to know how much money is being put forth so that they will come back to the negotiating table and negotiate in good faith. And with that, I want to thank you for allowing me to testify.
Can we ask questions?
I think we should be able to because that was lengthy testimony.
Yeah,
So that's great. We'll get through the mayor, and then we'll have questions for the panel.
Great.
Thank you, Senator, Commissioners, Chair, Mayor Keith Wilson, City of Portland. Good afternoon. Commissioner Brim Edwards, I won't leave you hanging. I was there celebrating the Blazer Championship with you, so Vince will let you off the hook on that one.
At the dais, because I knew you were there.
Thank you so much for having me today. I'm going to give you an update on the lay of the land today, on where we're at, to just segue off of the Senator's notes. A week ago, the City of Portland advanced an initial term sheet establishing a framework to renovate the Moda Center and keep the Blazers in Portland. This term sheet is the first step in the negotiating process, which will take time. This is the first quarter, if you will, but there's a shot clock. The Senator noted we've spent 4 months in hopes of having the Blazers or Rip City management at the table to negotiate this term sheet. That has not materialized. However, we're left with 4 more months in which to create not only the term sheet, but a very lengthy lease agreement, or we risk losing the state's funds. We have to move with a sense of urgency. We need to show that Portland and Multnomah County can do big things, but we have got to do it together, and we have to act fast. The proposed terms are fair. They keep the Blazers in Portland and deliver crucial community benefits for all of our community members. We're negotiating for a minimum non-relocation commitment of 20 years after the construction ends, but we have to get going. We're asking for financial protections that cap spending, limit eligible expenses, and safeguard our jurisdiction and the state against construction overruns. Since we no longer collect property taxes on the publicly owned Moda, we're negotiating for annual payments to the city, county, and Portland Public Schools in lieu of that lost revenue. Perhaps most importantly, we're asking for community benefit commitments to local hiring, community access, sustainability, and partnerships with the surrounding neighborhood and the Albina community organization, the Lower Albina. Multnomah County leaders have pointed out that they don't get direct share of the Moda Center. We recognize that, and that's true. So let's talk about what we do share. We share a regional economy, and recently the county has really leaned in, focusing on ECDEV, and we appreciate that. We share a workforce that depends on the Moda jobs, including many union jobs. Our economic decisions impact one another. The more than $500 million in annual economic activity is just as critical to Multnomah County as it is to Portland. We all want to be responsibly co-creating the next generation's sports and entertainment. The most effective way to do that is to keep our arena maintained, upgrade where we need to, and keep the Blazers in Portland. I've been calling mayors from around the nation, asking them about their arenas rather than renovating or new arenas. Recently, I had a conversation with Oklahoma City Mayor Holt, reviewing our deal and what his deal is for his new arena. And when he had noted one of the benefits that he looked at and communicated to his community is that in Oklahoma City, there are 18 other jurisdictions with larger metro areas than Oklahoma City. It was a brand awareness. It was the note to the nation that they are a major city, a major player, and it's the international branding that he's able to bring. Now, I don't want to disparage Oklahoma City, but we all know about it. We know the team. They recently won an NBA championship, and that's what we want. Here's the difference between Oklahoma City and Portland. We are, or would be, one of the largest, if not the largest, metropolitan areas without a major league sports team, one of the big fours, if we lost the Blazers. So we have to reset. Let's work together to get your questions answered. Any information the city has is at your disposal. I've had the pleasure of calling you multiple times this last month. I am sorry for continuing to turbo you on your weekends.
On vacation.
On vacation as well. I know you understand the importance of this decision, and I know you understand the importance of now. And I ask for you to lean in and let's get the information that we can have together to share to move this project forward. Let's continue our fact-based, transparent deliberations so we can get the best possible terms for our region. The commitment you're considering is the first step, not the last. Council is going to take up this term sheet on August 5th for testimony, and then on August 12th for a vote, and then we have to move out of that starting gate and move fast with a sense of urgency, but do it together. Delay is not going to help us at this particular point. And I hope that you reach the same outcome as our council is deliberating. And we're here to assist you with any questions. And as I end, I want you to not just think about this in terms of the Blazers or the Final Four. Those are great things. The WNBA All-Star Game is in play. We've talked to the commissioner. The NBA All-Star Game is in play. Senator Wyden and I, as well as Tom Dundon, the owner, continue to lobby for that All-Star Game. What that means isn't just the $600 or $700 million at stake per year. That one game, that 1 week, is $500 million of revenue for our community. It's 7,000 hotel room nights. Our city only has 10,000 hotel rooms. This is the beginning of our renaissance, not looking backwards, but moving Portland and Multnomah County forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Now we'll go to Claire Hamill.
Yes, thank you, Chair Vega, Pederson, commissioners. My name is Claire Hamill, president of the Portland Fire. Thank you for allowing me to call in over Zoom. As you heard, we are in Chicago for the WNBA All-Star. And one of our players is in the three-point contest, Bridget Carlton. So super exciting for us and very exciting for fans. So thank you very much. I'm here to speak about what this Moda Center renovation means specifically for the Fire and for the future of women's professional basketball in this county. First, maybe just some context for you on who you'd be investing alongside with Raj Sports. Raj Sports are the owners of the Thorns and the Fire, and they're making a substantial investment into this region. First, we invested in purchasing the Thorns and the Fire, and now we are building the Kaiser Permanente Performance Center. This is a $150 million privately funded, first of its kind dual sport training facility for both the Fire and the Thorns. Additionally, we've added more than 150 high-paying net new direct jobs, in addition to hundreds of construction and day-of-game workers that we employ around the Moda Center. That's all new economic activity flowing into this region and this state today from an ownership group who is actively growing its footprint here. Now the building itself, the Moda Center. As you've heard, the Moda Center hasn't been meaningfully updated in 30 years. It was designed decades ago around a single tenant. The Moda Center isn't just home to our teams, it's where this city hosts concerts, major events that draw people from across the region. A first-class arena, a modern Moda, as we like to call it, is part of what brings those events here. And it builds civic pride and economic value beyond any single franchise. Now, back to what I know best, basketball. You heard this from Kate, the current locker rooms, as we call them, the dressing rooms, training facilities, medical facilities, and player amenities were not built to support a second growing franchise, let alone a women's team competing for talent in a league where facility quality increasingly shapes where players choose to sign. That's the equity piece we ask you to hold on to. This renovation is a chance to build the Fire facilities at the Moda Center to genuinely first-class standards from the ground up, just like we are doing with the $150 million investment at the Performance Center, not an afterthought that's squeezed in later. Equitable access means women athletes get the same caliber of infrastructure as their male counterparts, full stop. The arena standard of the WNBA is comparable to the arena standards of the NBA and not a lesser standard. These renovations are needed for our collective future at the Moda Center. We are an ownership group investing, hiring, and building in this community. We urge you to move forward with clear commitments to equitable facility design and help us make the fire return to Portland even brighter. At Raj, we believe Portland is the global epicenter of women's sports. We're building that investment every day, and we ask you to join us. A vote for the resolution today will send a message loud and clear. Portland is the epicenter of women's sports. In a couple weeks, we're hosting the second Epicenter Week, the Women's Global Sports Summit. We will close that week with the Fire game against the Washington Mystics at the Moda Center on August 23rd. Join us and see what an investment in the Moda Center can do for Portland and Oregon and for women's sports. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate your testimony, and we understand you may have to log off, but I know there's questions for folks on this board, so I'll open it up to the board for questions. We can start with, I think we're at Commissioner Singleton.
When have I asked questions?
But this is R3. It's Commissioner Brim Edwards to go first.
Okay. So this is just, I think it's a question about the statement that you made, Senator Lieber. You said there needs to be a repair of the relationship with RIP City management. I just wanted, for the record, I don't think anybody, I know you don't come to our meetings often. However, I don't think anybody here has, we're negotiating with the city, and I don't believe anybody here has said we don't want to help or be a part of it. Just, so I don't think there's any relationship building. I don't think there's been any derogatory statements about Mr. Dundon. So I would hope that we're getting ready to start on or RIP City management, that we're going to start on we already have a working relationship, and that continues.
If I might, I think you misunderstood. I was saying that in order to get them back at the table, there is some repair that has to be done with the city and the RIP City management. I was not trying to impugn anybody on this board.
Okay, I thought you said the county, and so if it's just the city, I mean, the county.
The relationship needs to be repaired.
Well, I don't know that there's, I guess that's what I'm fundamentally saying. Like, they haven't ever come into our commission meeting. We're negotiating with the city, not the Blazers. I would hope that repair, it's whatever it is with the city, because I don't feel that we've done anything that would send a message to Mr. Dundon or the Blazers or RIP City management that is cause for repair.
I apologize if you took it that way. It was not how it was intended.
Okay, and then I'm going to also just briefly comment on the pieces about the state putting in law things that were protections. And you know, I have a lot of respect for the state and the work that was done in a very short time frame. We have a longer time frame. But when I look at the legislation, I look at it's like, hey, the state did a good job at protecting their interests. So Senate Bill 1501, the liquidated damages. It says liquidated damages in the amount of any outstanding debt issued by any public body that is part of the joint authority for projects at the Moda Center. So that's not a strong clawback, though, for the county. For example, if we're being asked, the chair's proposal has the business income tax, say, for example, going into the deal this next year. Say there's no ability to create the bridge agreement. This doesn't get us the $35 million back because it's not outstanding debt. So from a county standpoint, we need to have our own clawback. I mean, and this is one of the amendments that Commissioner Moyer and I have offered. We need a clawback that is very strong, that speaks directly to the type of investment we're making. So it's not that there's anything wrong with what you all did, because I think that protects you all, but it doesn't protect the county. I guess this is a question for the mayor, so when we had her earlier on June 23rd, we had our first public meeting. It was a work session, and it sounded like the Blazers were invited. They didn't participate. A representative from your office came, and when we asked about the economic impact study, and I've done with my former employer, lots of those. When I read through it, it was dated, and also it was for the region, not just for Multnomah County. And since Clackamas County and Washington County aren't being asked to make an investment, I'd like to know what the impact is specifically to Multnomah County, because that's what's relevant to us, and we're being asked. And it's kind of the same thing with all the mayors sending us letters. It's like, great that they want us to keep the Blazers and make an investment, but they're not being asked to take their taxpayers' money and put it into the deal. So my question is, when are we going to get an updated economic impact report that's just for Multnomah County, and where we can look at the data that's going in? Because those reports using the in-plan model is the outputs are directly related to whatever the data inputs. So, like, will we have that before August 13th?
The short answer is I don't believe so. But I also want to just talk to 2 points. First of all, I have Donnie Oliveira, our DCA, whose point on this project, who can be more specific. But talking about the economic analysis, the economic analysis that we do have from Crosswater is for the regional activity. The economic activity that we're looking at doesn't include Multnomah County, because it's assuming those dollars would be spent on entertainment in Multnomah County. So the numbers that we talk about, the $631 million of economic activity, that's the regional fund that the Blazers bring into our community and Multnomah County. But we're going to try and get you specific information. We've constantly asked for updated economic analysis, and we haven't received.
I mean, and this is just, we all have different interests, and so
Sure.
It's the ask is being made of Multnomah County, not the region. And you know, we're all accountable to the broader public, right, of like why this makes sense, or I think the more appropriate way to frame it is, what size of the investment from the county makes sense. And for sure, an updated economic analysis and report for Multnomah County will tell us something about that, because, like I say, I've done lots of these before. So it tells you, like, are they part-time jobs? Are they full-time jobs? Do they have, you know, do people have benefits? And that's how you get the direct, indirect, and induced benefits.
Right.
So I hope we get that. Then the other, I'm looking at the timeline and a little bit of the pressure testing of, so at one point in time, I looked at having my house renovated, and the contractor who said, what's your budget, and I can tell you what I can do, it was like, oh, I'm not using you. So this issue of, you tell us how much money we have, and then the Blazers and the city and the state will tell us what you're going to do. It's backwards. So, I mean, every project I've been involved with, it's like, what needs to be done? And believe me, I've talked to lots of people who work in the building who are like, this totally needs to be built. So I'm all for things need to be remodeled. And I do think that the city has an obligation, if you're asking us to take money that could go to county services, tell us what is going to be done before we like make any sort of commitments. And frankly, if you tell me like, hey, it's not a commitment until that vote in 2027, I probably would be okay with that. But I have a feeling you're asking me to vote before that. So the question I would have is, like, I'm not supportive of tell us how much money you have and then we'll tell you what you're doing. I think there's an obligation to tell us what, and frankly, so we can tell the public how the money is going to be spent, what that is, because, I mean, without that, it's just, I mean, it seems like a blank check, or we'll spend whatever amount of money you give us. Because I don't think they're going to come back and say, if we give you $600 million, people are going to come back and say, oh, we actually only needed $550, here's your money back, because the first draft of the IGA with the city had any leftover money from the county staying with the city. So is there a way that you could give us, you know, ballpark estimates of what's going to be done? Again, I fundamentally believe all the people who work in the building who told me we need a better Moda. That's why I'm supportive of a better Moda, a modernized one. But I also want to know what we're buying.
Certainly, the $600 million that was our initial target was discussed with the MBA. Between the state, the county, and the city, we worked together feverishly, of which, Commissioner, you were in those rooms.
I was in the room, and actually it was 500 to 600 million,
Yes.
and as it went on, the number got larger.
But-
I mean, every time we got to a point, it's like, hey, we got, it's like, it's at 525, and then it was like, oh no, we have to get it higher because that's not a market deal.
Right, but it also dealt with the operating expenses and the capital maintenance. Notwithstanding that, you were asking for, how do we verify that that $600 million is a germane number? Working with the NBA, they had given us a NBA market rate. What is a state-of-the-art fan experience, not only for the NBA, but for concerts and other items that we want to be promoting. And then we brought in a third-party independent consultant to verify, who confirmed that the number and the range that we were working on was appropriate. When we, the commission, chair, and you, and Senator Lieber, the governor, and the city then analyzed the rate, we couldn't get to the 600. We had a meeting with the MBA. Here's what we reasonably can provide. Will this gain the commitment from the MBA, and at the time support from Tom Dundon and the Blazers as a market rate deal to move forward? The problem is the utility of $1 today is marginally less than $1 tomorrow. Hence the sense of urgency for us to move. But we are protected. That rate is capped, but we are certain it is going to go north, and it's only going to go higher cost. That's why moving forward today is the most important thing. It locks down the Moda. We get a state-of-the-art renovated arena. We secure the Blazers, and we move Portland, Multnomah County, and the region forward.
Yeah, Vince Porter again with the governor's office. I could also speak to, we've had very good conversations with the city about how the joint authority will work and how the governance of those expenses, and I think it's very important to reiterate that, like, along the way, there will be audits and requirement to make sure that the money that is allocated for the intent and the use of the renovation. We've already, the Senator Lieber introduced into the Senate Bill 1501 that DAS would hire an individual. We've already hired that person to be sort of our project manager, to stay on top of making sure that every step of the way we are tracking the expenses on a frequent basis. So we are staffing up to make sure that the right accountability is done for the remodel and the completion of the initial phase of the project. The other thing I just wanted to just emphasize is the timing of the bonds, and Senator Lieber did a great job of explaining the timing, and that this needs to be done. The bond sale is allocated in the term of the budget cycle for the state. In addition to that timing, we will, in order to satisfy bond counsel to allow us to move forward with that, the 20-year commitment is essential, because essentially our debt service will be paid off by the activity at the Moda Center, predominantly Portland Trail Blazer revenues. But in order to get us to the point of the sale of the bond, we will probably need 4 months, if not more, to do all the necessary paperwork, get all the assurances. So that's why we are emphasizing that, like, by the end of the year, we need to know if we're moving forward with the bond effort to sell those bonds in the spring of next year. So I just wanted to put that on the record and make sure I was sharing that with everyone.
I appreciate that, because I think my husband was the one with State Treasurer in 2000 who put it together for the first Dell deal. So I appreciate the bonding authority. I also just, again, in fairness to all of you, this is our first meeting to discuss the terms, and actually, we've had very little, you're asking us to make a decision with very little information that we only can get from the city or the Blazers. And again, we're not negotiating with the Blazers, so we need to get it from the city. I mean, from my standpoint, I'm just speaking for myself, but I also will say, unlike the legislature, we can't we don't have the exemption for caucuses, we can't have serial meetings. So the only time we actually could agree on something is in a meeting like this, and we haven't agreed upon anything. So the whole, like, there was some sort of agreement, it has to happen in a public meeting, because we can't have serial meetings where we talk to each other and then agree like we're going to do something, and that's a binding commitment. So this is our meeting and our opportunity to do it. And I mean, like just plow through the work. We can meet, several more times next week to get things done if that's what's needed. But we also need to be able to make informed decisions. And I feel like I'm being, not you all, the broader universe, asking us to make a decision without the right information, and that's just not what I do as a public elected official, because I think it lacks accountability and transparency.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Jones-Dixon.
Yeah, great. Thank you all for being here virtually and in person. This was extremely informative and helpful. And again, thank you, Mayor and Chair and everyone else for providing the information to my office. You answered a lot of my questions as far as like specifically around why we need to make a decision rather soon, or just share or signal. And then also it's my understanding that we'll have additional opportunities moving forward. This is first step as it pertains to negotiations and everything. So all of that is clear. I'm looking forward to engaging in the conversations around the amendments moving forward. So no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Moyer.
Thank you. Senator Lieber, you talked about the state contribution and how you and your peers came to that number, and it was related to the anticipated state revenue. So you matched your contribution to what you would lose if it left, in, let's say it was an inactive Moda Center. We didn't have the Blazers or any other revenue coming to you. Is that correct?
Correct. That's correct.
If Multnomah County were to use that same rationale, what would our contribution level be? Do you have an idea of how much of our revenue is tied to the activities of the Moda Center?
No, I don't have those numbers.
Okay, well, we don't get property tax because the city of Portland owns it. We do not get general income tax. We are primarily funded through property tax. We might get 1% of income of executives and Blazer players who are married, income over $400,000, or single income over $200,000. So I'm going to be generous and say maybe that's $1 million. I mean, I don't know how many people make over $400,000 who work for the Blazer Network. I've not seen any of their economic impact information. So maybe slightly more, maybe it's slightly less. So if we were to use the rationale the state had for our contribution with the idea that this is what we're risking because we could lose this, which is very real for the state and for the city, and I'm not downplaying the importance of that. I probably would have voted for the Senate, for the bill in the legislature, but using that rationale, our proportionate contribution would be in probably the single millions. So that's not what we're being asked for. When we talk about a fair deal, I kind of see the state's deal as a fair deal. The city's deal, you have a tremendous amount at risk. You own a building that like all buildings you own, that has to be maintained, that has costs associated with it. It could be an albatross around the city government's neck. So that would affect my thinking as well, because there's a liability side. There's also revenue that, as the owner, you are entitled to, which you negotiate with your lease agreement. It's everything from ticket sales to parking to the split you may or may not negotiate in ongoing maintenance, the concession revenue. All of that is in whatever package. And I hope, I have faith in the city. I think he will do a good job on that. But what percentage of those go to Multnomah County?
I can't give you a specific response, but I'd
Oh, I
like to
can.
provide you a general response.
It's zero. That's specific.
If I could provide a general response?
Sure.
If I might, Commissioner. Chair brought it up earlier. We are locked in a cut cycle, and we cannot continue to cut our way through deficits to a city and a county that's focused on excellence. We have to shift to a growth mindset. It's about where we want to be as a community. Now let's look at the Moda Center. If it goes dark, and I have the Broadway corridor with 30 acres of dirt because nobody wants to invest there, and we're getting ready to demolition the Lloyd Center, another 30 acres of dirt that nobody wants to invest in, and I create the Moda, which is on the Broadway, we have a dead zone. We have to determine where we want to be as a community. Are we going to invest in the future generations, or are we going to continue to regress our Here's the benefit.
No, I'm with you, but we have limited time, so I'm going to.
Those are property taxes, masses and billions of dollars of property taxes, income taxes that feed not only the city of Portland, but Multnomah County and all the good things that come from a growing, thriving city where businesses are thriving, not failing, and families are arriving,
Sir,
not
I
leaving.
totally understand this.
Commissioner, let's just let him answer that
Well,
question.
he had how many minutes?
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't disagree with that. I totally don't disagree with that. But who does this county negotiate with? Are we negotiating with Rip City? No, we're negotiating with the city. So I'm talking about a fair deal between the city and Multnomah County. So here's another question, because again, I believe in that mutual approach. I committed to you when we were asked for the motor vehicle, when that was what was identified as what Multnomah County could contribute. I gave you a yes on that. We're now at $138.6 million of county resources. I got lost a little bit along the way, I'm going to be honest. So again, as we talk about shared sacrifice and shared prosperity, which there is an upside. I'm not in any way downsiding that, but this is between us. This is not about the Blazers. This is what's fair between the city and the county. What services have you cut, or would you cut, to the people of the city of Portland in order to fund your contribution? And that's the same question for the state. What services have you cut, or will you cut, to meet your obligation in this?
That's an interesting question, but it's not one that we can answer without the specific numbers. But again, Commissioner, it goes back to, if we're going to continually be a city and a county that's regressing, all we're going to be doing is having conversations of cuts. I don't have the exact number for you.
But is there something on the table from the perspective of the county that would directly result in service reduction?
There's not something that's on the table.
Okay, that's totally fine. State, what state service, the major state service, how many school days are we cutting? Or, what social service are we no longer going to provide? And I'm not saying it wouldn't have been worth it. That's not my judgment to make. But what did the state cut in order to move forward on this?
And we calculated the revenue we would lose, but if we lose that revenue, there absolutely will be cuts. It is state budget. So I'm betting on not only making sure we keep that revenue, I'm betting on increased revenue as well, that it is a shared prosperity.
Great.
I get your point, and you're making it. You're making it. I understand it. But this deal, I think, will. I'm afraid, and I'm only speaking for me, that if we don't put together sort of the commitment, the amount of money that we had said we would, I think that we are going to run the risk of the Blazers leaving. And we had talked about what that was, how much it was, and how much the NBA.
Have you and I ever spoken about the Blazers?
Not about this, no.
No, so we didn't. You may have talked to someone.
I can't speak to how you all operate, all right? I get it. I'm not going to get into the middle of how you all operate. I co-sponsored a bill to try to help you. So, but just FYI. but nonetheless, I hear you. I want you to get your questions answered. I'm not here saying I want you to rush it. I'm not here saying that I don't want you to make sure you do diligence. I'm not here saying that make sure you get what you need. I want you to do that. So don't take anything that I'm saying as anything but that. All I'm saying is that what is at risk is the state investment, and I just was here to communicate why we did it and what would be at risk, and I worry that if $365 million leaves this negotiation, that we will all lose.
I do appreciate that. And like I said, I probably would have voted for that bill. I think the thing that I want to bring it back to is, again, I don't know what a fair deal with Rip City management is or isn't. You know, it was referenced in the beginning, this represents a fair deal. That might be true. I'm not an expert on arena deals, and I'm pretty honest about that. But this is a negotiation. I'm hearing that you're valuing the potential contribution that Multnomah County would bring to this deal, that it is an integral part, that if we can't come to the table, it jeopardizes the agreement. So what I'm asking for, and why I put, with Commissioner Brim Edwards, 2 very important amendments just right out front, is where I feel it's not a good deal for the taxpayer of Multnomah County is your contributions have revenue streams that fund them. What we are being asked to give has no revenue stream at all. There's no fair deal for Multnomah County because we don't get anything from the Moda Center. So in our negotiations with the city, which is who we negotiate with, we don't negotiate with Rip City. They've never communicated with me. I have no idea what they are or are not willing to do. I want a fair deal, City of Portland. You have revenue streams. You have a seat at the table that will negotiate financial things. This is our term sheet that says what we want to negotiate for. It doesn't mean we're getting it, but this is our moment to say, okay, we're real interested in being a partner. We see a regional, state, city value to keeping Rip City here with the Blazers. I totally agree with that. How do we get to a fair deal, city and county? You are asking $125 million of Multnomah County taxpayer dollars. Again, I'll be very honest, 41% of what we're paying from the motor vehicle rental tax is interest. So yes, people say, oh, you're getting $53 million. That's costing us $90 million. That is costing the taxpayer of Multnomah County $90 million, plus this one-time revenue that could be used to get us through our negative balance. We're putting that on the table. I've been honest, that last part's a bridge too far for me, but I'm on board for the first one. Where's our fair deal? I'll trust you to go get a good deal.
Can I ask a clarifying question about something you said? Aren't you using vehicle rental tax to support the bonding? Is that right?
For
what we're asking,
yes.
Is that vehicle?
Yes, that's what's up.
And so people who come in and rent a vehicle pay a tax
to Multnomah County.
Correct.
Yes.
And the more people who come and use Moda Center may rent vehicles. I mean, you can't.
I'd love to see an economic impact to how much contribution that is.
I just would say that you're making a very blunt statement that I think has more nuance to it. All that being said,
let's have the nuance.
You should get your questions answered. Like, if you want the economic activity that bringing people into the Multnomah County to rent a vehicle where you get the tax, I would dare say increasing the number of days that the Moda Center is being used would likely bring in additional tax to Multnomah County from people, because people in Multnomah County, I don't think they're the ones renting the cars. But I could be wrong.
How many people travel so far to see the Blazers that they need to rent a car? Do you know?
So
I don't. I just would dare say that if we're having this discussion.
Well, I just want to be fair about
the economic activity.
Do you know what the biggest thing to increase the motor vehicle rental tax was?
No.
It was the Ducks changing what league they played football in.
Okay.
Should I give money to, maybe I should. Maybe we should give money to the Ducks. Their Balmer campus, love it. They're doing great stuff.
Go Beavs.
All right, so I just want to do a time, I appreciate the conversation. We're getting a little bit far afield. Go Ducks. And
this is my time. This is my time. This is my time.
I understand.
This is when the mayor and I are going to agree. Why are you rushing me?
No, I'm not rushing you. I just want us to focus on the questions around the deal.
This is germane. Again, I really want to separate where I am on Moda as a whole to what we are voting on. Because they're being conflated, and I think that's unfair. We are voting on our priorities to walk into a room with the city of Portland to get a fair deal. That's what this conversation is. This isn't a vote on releasing bonds. This is what does the county want? I am sure that there were conversations at the legislature with members about what they wanted when talking about passing that Senate bill, and different people had different things, and you had to get there. This is that process. This is not about, do we want the Blazers to leave? That's not what this is. We wouldn't be having this conversation if we were not serious about contributing. But to be told, this is a fair deal, which I really like on its surface, it's not fair to Multnomah County at all. It's not fair to our services. It's not fair to be asked for things that nobody else is being asked to do. I want a fair deal, which means I want to go to the city and say, city, I care about you. My district is almost entirely the city of Portland. It is downtown. I care a ton about hotel nights and restaurants, okay? So I am down for a good deal. But I got to do my job as a Multnomah County Commissioner. And that means I got to get a good deal for Multnomah County out of this. And right now, this deal that we're being asked to be our high watermark, because it's a negotiation, I don't think we get everything we ask for, but this is one of the worst distribution of benefit for amount contributed I've ever seen. Not saying we shouldn't have a great package for the Blazers, but between us and the state, since at least they've done the math of how they're paying themselves back, this is a bad framework for Multnomah County to start a negotiation with. So again, I'm on board. I have never said I don't want the Blazers here or it isn't worth some level of public investment. But what Multnomah County would be putting forward as our position, so this is us, not you, doesn't have to do with you guys, our position is that we don't get to make ourselves whole with revenue, because nothing in here does that. We won't even have a vote of if the labor harmony agreement's good enough, if the project labor agreement's good enough, if the community benefit is benefiting who we think it should. This right here does not have that. Again, not your fault. This is us.
So
my question here
is there a question?
I have a question.
Okay, let's hear the question.
Okay, my question here is, if we were to improve this from our perspective, right? If we were to say, okay, we're gonna need to share some of this revenue with the city, or we're gonna need to structure this in a way that doesn't result in directly cutting services. is that a non-starter? Can we not at least walk into the bargaining room with the city with a position of shared sacrifice, shared gain? We have beliefs of what should be in a community benefit agreement. This is what we want to see. Is that unreasonable?
Can I answer that, Commissioner Moyer? That's the purpose of the amendments. We have to get through that process as far as the resolutions.
Well, you're assuming we adopt amendments.
Yeah.
We're currently talking about the current one.
Nope. It's not fair to have them answer. That's between us.
Well, I'm asking if it kills the deal.
Why would it? No, I won't speak for you. Go ahead, Mayor.
No, thank you. We have a general term on what the dollar amount is, and we have to provide that for the MBA's support. If we start changing that structure, we risk the deal and the overall scaffolding that we started to build with the state, the county, and the city.
Okay.
Thank you. Commissioner Singleton.
Thank you. A couple of things I want to say is sometimes you have to slow down to be able to move fast. I think it's important that we acknowledge that sense of urgency is a core component of white supremacy culture and how it shows up in a workplace that I just fundamentally reject. It doesn't mean that we can't get to the deadline that you all need by delaying this vote today, which clearly we're not all on the same page on. Delaying for 3 weeks does not change the timeline for the state and what you all are looking for. I don't think that passing a resolution is the only way we can communicate to the city what our terms are, what we want to see in the term sheet. You have stuff in the draft term sheet already, and we haven't passed a resolution. And I don't want an ownership stake, but I do think we should have a seat at the table, and I do have concerns about even the PLA negotiation. Mayor, you signed an executive order walking away from DEI and equity commitments, and I want to make sure that we have a PLA that includes DBE commitments, BIPOC and women apprenticeship and journey agreements, and I'm not sure that I can just trust that that's going to happen with where you currently stand on this issue.
The executive order was to ensure that the city of Portland was meeting federal anti-discrimination laws and codes. We didn't walk away from DEI. We reaffirmed it, but we made sure that our rules, our contracts were being and/or meeting the high standards of our federal laws. But as far as trust goes, Commissioner, I've worked with you for many months, and I trust you, and I don't think I've ever let you down. But at this point, you talked about it's time to think slow and then act fast. The state had a really big lift, and we, all of us, worked together to make sure that we centered that to get it done. We've spent the last 4 months now hoping that RIP City Management was going to come to the table. They have not. That is design that may be used to delay this overall. To what end, we don't know. But we've spent 4 months contemplating. At this point, we had to recognize that we did not want to lose the MBA's commitment. And so therefore, we're moving forward with discrete timing so it can show the nation and the MBA that we're serious about this. We're just simply asking you to contemplate that too. My hope, my ask is that we don't delay beyond the time frame that we've got set up.
And again, I don't think delaying the vote today does that. But I will say in the draft term sheet that's been circulating, the city contribution, for example, says an amount not to exceed $120 million for eligible renovation expenses. And then it has a bunch of detail about the counties and what we would be putting in there as far as the BIT and the motor vehicle tax. And I still have some questions. I'm clearly hearing from folks that there's concerns about the BIT and the impact on general fund. And I'm unclear on, have we talked about increasing the motor vehicle tax to actually get to the dollar amount that we're looking for? Are there other funding options that don't impact general fund that get us to the 101 million that we're looking for. And that's the part that I think we need to dig more into. I don't know that everybody is saying they're against a dollar amount. Maybe some are. But it's the details that I think we still need to work through. And in the term sheet, it's a much higher level for the city. And I think that's something that it could look like for the county while we continue to figure out some of our internal pieces. We have worked together on a lot of things. You weren't willing to vote on a DB amendment for me for Interstate Bridge. And so I don't feel confident that you guys will show up around equity the way that the county would show up. I'm also probably the only person up here who has actually run a community benefits agreement process and know that there are people at the table that aren't just the folks who are ownership of the, I mean, that's the whole point. It is about community. And so I would actually demand that we have a seat at that table. I don't want to hear about what happens or what you're negotiating on our behalf on community benefits. That should include the county. It should include people who live around the Moda Center. It should include Albina Vision Trust. It should include City of Port. It has to be more inclusive than to just say we don't have a seat at that table. So those are some of the things that I think we still want to work through. And I hope that you're hearing this as I think we can get there. I just don't think we're there today. And we need to do a little more work as a county to actually have that conversation, read our staff in, help everybody understand what are the decisions and trade-offs we're making so that we can then come back and make the best informed decision that we can. I have a bunch of other questions, but they aren't for y'all, so I won't belabor that point, but I will say I hope you can take slowing down as a continued partnership, but give us a minute to get there.
Thank you, Commissioner. So we have a request from Commissioner Jones-Dixon to take a 5-minute recess. So I want to thank you all for being here. I want to thank you for your partnership over the last several months. You have answered a lot of questions that maybe you weren't there, but were more for questions for ourselves. But just appreciate you being here and the commitment that the city and the state has been making on this. And thanks for helping to answer the questions you did. All right. So we're going to take a brief 5-minute recess and we'll come back. to continue on with R3, resolution affirming the county's commitment to the renovation of the Moda Center arena. We are still on invited testimony, and we have one more panel, so I want to invite the invited testimony up, and then we'll move on to public testimony. We have, Winta Johannes, Executive Director of the Elvina Vision Trust, Jim Etzel, Chief Executive of Sports Oregon, Andrew Hone, President and CEO of Portland Metro Chamber, and Yasmin Ibarra, Political Director of SCIU, Local 49. Thank you all so much for sticking with us as we talk about this important topic. Jim, I believe you're first up, so I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you, Chair Vega Pederson and Commissioners. My name is Jim Etzel, and I'm the CEO of Sport Oregon, the state's nonprofit sports commission. We wear many hats, but our focus is crystal clear, and that's to put Oregon and Portland front and center in the sports national ecosystem. I also serve as co-chair of We Are Rip City, the coalition of Portland businesses, civic organizations, community leaders, and everyday citizens that came together this month in support of this renovation. I'm here today to make Sport Oregon's case for why this board should move forward and to ask you to see the Moda Center for what it actually is. The single largest piece of shared economic infrastructure and the clearest test this year of whether Oregon can compete for its own future. The legislature, as we talked about earlier, has already committed $365 million contingent on the negotiated lease and city and county contribution. The window to act is closing. We should be honest about where we sit as a competitive major league market. By metro population, we are one of the smallest markets in the NBA, and Portland has no natural right to a team. What we do have is a fan base and a civic identity that have consistently punched above the market's weight class. A 55-plus year unbroken relationship with one franchise that most comparably sized markets have not managed to sustain. And a global footprint in the sports and outdoor product industry that exists nowhere else at this density in this place, anywhere in the country, or for that matter, in the world. The average major professional sports venue in this country is about 22 years old. The Moda Center is 31 and has never had a significant renovation, making it the oldest NBA arena without one. It isn't our only aging landmark either. Providence Park, home of the Timbers and Thorns, opened in 1926. It's 100 years old this year. It is the third oldest active major professional sports venue in the country. Portland is asking two of the most passionate fan bases in professional sports to keep showing up at the two oldest venues in their respective leagues. This board has been asked to commit public dollars to this renovation, and I know that's not a decision to take lightly. This board is right to scrutinize it closely. However, this is an investment in civic infrastructure the whole region leans on, generation after generation. A place where this city gathers and where Portland shows the rest of the country what it's made of. Great infrastructure creates great opportunity. While I know a number of factors make this investment feel difficult, it is necessary and it will be good. Sport Oregon does not exist to protect one team. We exist to make sure our city and state can compete for the events that only a modern, large capacity venue can host. And that mission is exactly why the rest of the state already put its weight behind this project. When the state legislature made that commitment to this renovation, that vote came from lawmakers representing Bend, the coast, southern and eastern Oregon, to not just Portland. There's a clear collective recognition around our state that the Moda Center is an economic driver and social meeting place that we need to value and upkeep to modern standards. And it reaches past tourism and events and direct economic impact analyses. We all know we're the global leader in the sports, apparel, footwear, and outdoor industry. And the companies that anchor that industry compete nationally and internationally for talent. Access to major sports and cultural venues and events plays a real role in recruitment and retention for that workforce. It's part of what makes Portland and by extension, Oregon, a place ambitious people choose to build a career in life. That's a quality of life asset that's easy to take for granted until it starts to disappear. It's worth naming directly what's actually at stake, because the debate tends to just focus on the Trailblazers. It is so much more than that. A modern Moda Center allows Oregon to compete for NCAA championships and collegiate tournaments, national sporting competitions and exhibitions, major concert tours and cultural events, family entertainment and touring shows. I talked about championship events. We're hosting the Final Four in 2030, but also, as was mentioned earlier, WNBA and NBA All-Star games. Many are one-night events, others are multi-day. They generate hotel stays, draw visitors who spend well beyond the arena doors, and carry credibility that compounds. Once Oregon is seen as a state that can reliably host at this level of event, it gets first look at the next tier of events as well. Lose that standing, and it doesn't come back on the same timeline it left. Specifically, bids for major sporting events are often committed years in advance. Being passed over now doesn't just cost us in the next 3 to 5 years, it can cost the next 10 to 15 years. And to talk to that, I'll use the Final Four as an example. We bid first for that for the 25-26 cycle in 2019. First time bidder, we made it to 4 finalists, we were not chosen. We bid again 2 years later. It happened to be a short cycle for a cycle that started in 2027 and runs through 2031. Fortunately, we won. There's a cycle open currently to bid for the next 6 years of championships for men's and women's basketball and volleyball. And right now, we cannot apply or bid for those events because our arena has a born-on date that no longer makes it relevant for the next bid cycle's consideration. So that's our reality. This building has hosted U.S. figure skating championships, which we no longer can host because the ice surface is dead, multiple rounds of the men's and women's NCAA basketball tournaments, and the prestigious Phil Knight Invitationals. All of these events bring elite competition, coaching, and visibility to kids across this county, not to mention significant economic and social impact. A place like the Moda Center is more than economic. It's emotional, it's social, it's inspirational, it's aspirational. It's a place that brings our community together day in and day out like no other. It unifies people from every background, whether you're from Rockwood, St. John's, Lentz, Hillsdale, every neighborhood, every corner of this county. We didn't have a choice in who bought the Portland Trailblazers, but we have far more to lose in this team than the team's new owner does. At the end of this process, the owner still owns the franchise, here or somewhere else. I know that puts hard choices in front of this board in a process none of us asked for and none of us fully control. But I'm here to tell you it's worth it. If the Blazers leave, we will not get another major league team in Portland for at least the next 30 years, maybe not ever. That's a very real possibility. Oregon built its national identity in sports and apparel not because it was the biggest market, but because it decided generation after generation to act like a market that could compete with anyone. The Moda Center is where a lot of that identity has manifested itself over the last 30 years. This board has an opportunity to make this place nationally competitive and competitive for the events that put Portland on a national stage and competitive for the talent that decides where to build a career and a life. That's the asset in front of you, a place that makes this community great, a place to live, a place to work, a place to play. Thank you for your time and seriousness with which you are approaching this.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Vega Pederson and Commissioners. My name is Winte Johannes, and I serve as Executive Director of the Albina Vision Trust. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm compelled to go a little off script after hearing today's discussion because it reminded me of why I left my job at the City of Portland and joined the Albina Vision Trust. That was not a dig on City of Portland. Come on, guys. But you know, at that time, the city had completed its 20-year plan that would guide the future of Portland. And in it, there were really lofty goals about who we would become as a city. And I started to ask questions, right? If we say that Portland is a place where working class families will be able to afford to live in the heart of our central city, if we say that we care about the well-being of Black and brown children, how are we not only reflecting it in our documents, but who is responsible for executing that? And what I heard time and time again was, every bureau would tell me that that was not their job, that they had authority over a particular part of it, but that they weren't actually responsible. And when you start to piece that together, what I realized was that there was no collective accountability for any of the outcomes that we said we wanted. And so in this moment, I'm thinking about the fact that I will be here before you and many of our other public partners many times in the coming years, because the next 5 to 10 years will be the most consequential for the future of Lower Albina. And there are many reasons that any of those public bodies can tell me that whatever action we're asking them to consider is not exactly their job. But the truth is, it is all of our jobs. And the conversation around the arena deal has us missing a significant part of the point. We know that a thriving arena is critical to the future of Lower Albina. We also know that the deal that we have on the table is only an arena deal. It is not a district deal. And that has been part of the tension and why we haven't been able to clearly articulate how this district, or how this deal benefits working class Portlanders. What I see is that there is a way to tie all of this together, and for us to not miss this generational moment to say, we completed the task at hand, right? The bare minimum is that we avoid a mothballed arena in a district where people have paid with their homes and businesses for the arenas to be placed in the first place. We can do that. We can meet our bare minimum responsibility. But that is the bare minimum. We have to do what this moment asks of us, which is more than keeping on the lights in the building, right? We have to build something worthy of Portlanders' highest aspirations for how we live and take care of one another. We need to look up and invest in our future, knowing that public investments should create public value, and that that value will extend far beyond the walls of any single arena. We should reconnect a neighborhood. We should create opportunities for housing and local-owned businesses. We need to improve public spaces and ensure that the prosperity generated here benefits the communities that have carried its burden for generations. The county has the opportunity to set and reinforce that standard in partnership with the City of Portland. This looks like preserving opportunities for restorative redevelopment by returning land to community ownership, safeguarding opportunity for future housing and community-serving uses, and most importantly, recognizing that we can collectively, across all of our partners, demonstrate that economic development and restorative justice can and should move forward together. This is our moment to play to win, because when we do that, the sum is greater than all of the parts. 1 plus 1 can equal 3. And so I thank you in advance for your leadership and consideration, and hope that we move through this in a way that we can be really proud of not only meeting the minimum expectations, but to say we really rose to the moment and delivered. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Yasmini Ibarra. I'm the Political Director for SEIU Local 49. Our union represents 15,000 service workers in the healthcare, janitorial, security, and other industries, including the 50 janitors who clean the Moda Center. As a community, our North Star must be to support the inclusive redevelopment of a neighborhood. This is not about one team. It should never be about billionaires or corporate handouts. Moda Center is Oregon's arena, our city's publicly owned asset and gathering space. As the Board of Commissioners considers a funding package for its renovation, we appreciate the opportunity to share our perspective about the need for community-led development and accountable partnerships. This is so much more than about sports. This is about how we invest public funds in ways that benefit working people and make real investment in the Rose Quarter and Lower Albina and the historic heart of Portland's Black community. Oregon and SEIU and Oregon's labor movement look to you and other elected officials at the City of Portland and the state of Oregon to ensure that this process centers working people and creates good high-road jobs at every stage of the project, from construction workforce that will build a remodeled modern arena to the jobs that sustain and protect the venue for decades to come. From maintenance, janitorial, security, concessions, audiovisual technicians, and stagehands, just to name a few. The project must raise our region's hard-won standards, not lower them. Raising standards means creating union jobs with good wages, quality affordable benefits, and the respect and security that come from a collective bargaining agreement. This begins with a two-part process. One, a requirement for a project labor agreement during the construction phase of the project, and two, ongoing commitments from the owners for operations and maintenance beyond construction. These kinds of standards and commitments are common across the country. We've seen them firsthand at a recent and local example from the Portland Diamond Project's efforts to attract MLB team to Portland, and other strong examples are already successfully in effect in Climate Pledge Arena and Lumen Field in Seattle. These show that major sports and entertainment venues can operate successfully with clear expectations in place that cover construction, maintenance, and operations jobs. The county and the city can support this work by centering a path for people to join a union at every phase of the project. In fact, across the nation, many stadiums and arenas have used similar expectations, including venues in California, Nevada, Texas, Missouri, Illinois, Florida, Michigan, Ohio, Wisconsin, New York, Pennsylvania, and Washington, D.C., just to name a few. Agreements to ensure quality jobs are established part of successful professional sports operations. Portland and Oregon should expect no less and avoid throwing public funds at a project without guarantees that it will serve all of us. Any negotiation should be framed by what workers and the neighborhood get, including job standards and preferences for small and local businesses, not just the project's price tag. We're pleased to see that the city's draft term sheet includes explicit commitments to community and labor peace agreements. Those provisions send a clear message about the community standards we expect to see reflected in the final agreement, ensuring that public investment in this project translates into enforceable commitments and community accountability. The Oregon labor movement remains eager to work with the county and the city to ensure that renovating Oregon's arena and our shared public owned asset also means building. Thank you for taking on this task. I appreciate your time.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Chair Vega, Pederson, and Commissioners, thank you for your service to the public. My name is Andrew Hone, and I'm here today on behalf of the members of the Portland Metro Chamber, but I am pleased to be on a panel where community and labor and business agree. We urge you, on behalf of our members, for the full investment in modernizing Oregon's arena and oppose any reduction in funding. We also urge you to take a vote today to keep you at the table. Delaying engagement means your interests are not represented. Your interests are not served by being absent from negotiations. Please don't table being at the table. We want to commend Chair Vega Pederson and thank you for your thoughtful leadership in shepherding this process through. I'll speak to the economic opportunities of this arena. It draws 1.5 million visitors a year to 150 events, generating over $600 million annually for the economy. Activity that touches every single kind of business. This activity supports more than 4,000 workers in our community today. The county's investment leverages $365 million in state funding already committed, generated by taxes on players' income rather than a new tax. This economic vibrancy and tax revenue in the region is lost if the city, county, and state aren't able to finalize an agreement. And a modern functioning arena is basic infrastructure to support winning franchises and cultural gatherings that are an essential ingredient to our region's economic competitiveness. Our central city has been challenged more than any other in the nation. We are trailing in nearly every statistically relevant indicator. For businesses that are located in the Rose Quarter and across the central city, events mean the difference between lights on and lights off. You just have to ask someone like Jack Constam, owner of Mount Hood Brewing Company at Tilcomb Crossing Station. A Wednesday in January is the hardest night in the business, and I quote, Blazers tip-off is at 7 and suddenly it's a real night. The bar fills, the oven doesn't stop, and everybody's staff gets hours. One team, 41 home games, and it's the difference between a slow winter and a fine one. And let's talk about the district. Beyond these small businesses, we also know that a modern Oregon arena is part of a community-led redevelopment of the Albina neighborhood. The arena and redevelopment complement one another. Your support will help attract capital across the Rose Quarter and Albina to build more housing, create more businesses, jobs, and attract additional private investment. We stand in support of Albina Vision Trust in 1803 and recognize the county's role in supporting their work includes a yes vote for the arena as a bare minimum. And let's talk about the mechanism for funding. The Chamber is the leading voice for sound fiscal policy in our region. The primary mechanisms for funding the county's contributions are truly unique to our community and ideally suited to be used for supporting renovations at a publicly owned facility. The Multnomah County Business Income Tax, or BIT, which annually pays nearly 1/3 of the county's budget, is generated by private sector activity. This matters in the context to why the BIT makes sense to utilize. The Trailblazers franchise was made possible through a private venture to obtain an NBA expansion team, and the arena was built and maintained entirely by the private sector. The sale of the franchise between two private entities generated a one-time tax windfall for the county, one time, made possible by the value that this private sector activity created. Using those tax proceeds to renovate Oregon's arena is only possible but for the activity of the arena. The rental car surcharge is the other primary tool paid mostly by visitors from outside our region. Using a small portion of this surcharge that is currently designated as the share is currently paying for the debt issued for the Oregon Convention Center. To pay for the Oregon Arena in 2030 is textbook definition of sound fiscal policy. This purpose of this portion of the rental car surcharge is to pay for large tourism facilities. And the ask of the commission is simply keep doing what you're doing. Using this mechanism means that when we have more games, more events, more concerts, the general fund will benefit. This is the definition of return on investment. Conversely, a no vote or reduced funding, as is proposed, means we lose activity at the arena or fail to attract more. And as a result, you can expect the following. Revenue for the general fund of Multnomah County to decline. You'll be forced to cut services, and we will have lost a massive match from the state of Oregon for our community. This is a once-in-a-generation vote, and allow me to offer my own experience as working for a county government, Kings County, New York, that partnered with the private sector to lure the New Jersey Nets to Brooklyn. The vote you take today is important, and it is hard. So was bringing a major league franchise team back to Brooklyn after having lost the Brooklyn Dodgers decades prior. The vote you take today will only be understood in a future date when the doors open to a newly renovated Oregon Arena. As we cut the ribbon on a world-class facility with cranes dotting the skyline around you, as Albina Vision Trust becomes reality, you will look at the people that flood through the doors on their way to a game, a concert, or a graduation. They will have smiles on their faces, and they will have pride in place of their hearts. And you can lift your head high up that day, and you can say, I did this. A no vote can only be understood in the context of where we are today, struggling to find our identity as business after business closes or leaves our county. Saying no is how we hasten this decline, shrink the pie, lose tax revenue, and more importantly, lose our shared identity. Today, we are not county or private sector. Today, we should all be fire and blazers. The ball is in your hands and the clock is turned off. We have got to take the shot for everyone who will come after us. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you all being here. Open up to the board to see if there are any questions for you. Before we move on to public testimony, Commissioner Jones-Dixon.
Just a general thank you, no questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Moyer.
I'll be nicer this time. I leave my feistiness for other elected officials. I am really curious, and this is probably a poor reflection on me. I am not actually familiar with, I know what Albina Vision Trust is, I know what the 1803 project is, like very broadly, but I actually don't understand how this deal impacts the work. So I would absolutely love to know more because I'm interested in it. That seems hopefully promising.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner Moyer. Well, first, let me say we would be delighted to take you out on a district tour and share more anytime. But for the purposes of today, I'll share the Albina Vision Trust is working to redevelop the lower Albina neighborhood. We are anchored by the Steel Bridge to just north of the Broadway Bridge. And if you think about that geography, the Moda Center is right in the heart of it. So our very first building that we opened last year, wherein we welcomed back the first families in 40 years to live in the district, live 90 seconds away, literally 90-second walk from the Moda Center. And when we think about the reality of that neighborhood, what we've done is destroy a thriving neighborhood with businesses, homes, that looked like any other Portland neighborhood, and instead we've replaced it with these giant mega structures, the arenas being one of them, that either that are active when there are major events happening, but otherwise sit vacant. And this part of the city is highly disjointed as a result of all of those decisions. And so unless there is a game at the arena, there is nothing happening in the district. Our goal is to bring life back to the district. And so making sure that the arenas are activated in a central part of the district is really important for the small businesses that will go in the district. It's important for attracting the kind of private capital that will be needed to develop the district. And it's really important because the Blazers have long been a strong cultural anchor in the neighborhood as well. So the worst outcome that we can think of is that we manage to have a scenario in which you have yet another major part of the district sitting empty, despite the fact that we raised hundreds of homes and businesses to create that thing, right? So we're saying that was a real sacrifice that people didn't ask for. The worst thing we could do is have it be a mothballed arena. With that said, and I think the spirit of your question is, well, then how does it help with the redevelopment? This is what I was getting to in my remarks. Making sure we have an active arena is really only step one. And there are lots of activities happening in the district that are part of rebuilding Albina. So, we are working on the acquisition and redevelopment of the Portland Public Schools site, which is just on the other side of Broadway. We also think that with this particular deal, if we can get our public sector partners aligned, there are ways that we can deliver real district benefits, right? So we've put forward some ideas around how there might be energy sharing between the renovated district and the residential part of the neighborhood. We also think this is the opportunity for the public sector to assign development rights for adjacent parcels to the Albina Vision Trust, so that again, as the district continues to evolve, there's real community ownership, and we make sure that what is built in the district actually serves long-term community needs. So those are just some of the ideas, and I'd be happy to talk more, but you know, the question for us is not whether or not to renovate the arena, it's we need to renovate it, and we will have really missed the opportunity if that is all we have done. Yeah. That we have to deliver additional benefits to working class Portlanders who have started to call the district home and will continue to.
I'll be very interested in learning what details you would want in a community benefit agreement, and hopefully we incorporate those. Kind of a question for all of you, because as you know, what we are doing today is what is our ask sheet going into a negotiation with the city of Portland. Do you have an opinion about revenue sharing between the city and the county? You know, if the city were to give us, you know, some amount of ticket sale for our contribution, do you have a strong feeling about what ends up in a MOU with the city?
I can only talk about, you know, from the perspective of, I've been in this industry for almost 40 years, so it's been my life. That doesn't make me an expert on just about anything. When you look, I look at market rate deals, and everybody goes, what's a market rate deal? And then you can't compare it to 30 other markets in the NBA. It's a market rate deal is unique to the market it's in. There's certain, you know, factors that are unique to that market. You know, the closest, if they're even apples to apples comparisons, you can only go back 5 or 6 years, because just like everything else in the world, the industry has dynamically changed almost in 5-year, if not faster increments since the early 2000s. So I go back to 2020 at the latest. I look at markets like Charlotte. I look at markets like Memphis. I look at markets like Salt Lake City. I look at Oklahoma City. And are they publicly owned or are they privately owned? Publicly owned, Charlotte, 100% publicly financed. Memphis, the same. Oklahoma City, it's a slight tweak because they're building a brand new arena over an arena that's only 24 years old. And that one, when you talk about new construction, there tends to be a sliver of private participation. It could range from 5%, which is the case in Oklahoma City, up to 30, 35%. And then you go to Salt Lake City, it's a privately owned arena that is getting its second major renovation in 10 or 12 years. This one's $800 million, 100% publicly funded. So everything has its nuance, but I look at those as comparable markets in population and somewhat comparable in, if you want to call it, economic vibrancy, vitality, or corporate base that's in them. We're still on the low end of that. We're above a Memphis or a New Orleans. So that's how I look at how these deals are structured. And inside each one of those deals is the nuance you're talking about. Is there revenue share? In a market, the reality of being Portland, Oregon, at best a mid-sized market in the realm of major professional sports, and many consider to be a small market, that really doesn't happen.
What does that mean, that really doesn't happen? I'm not sure what that means.
Well, you can get to your outcomes however you want to get to your outcomes in negotiations. So it's that give and take. So if you want something of that type of definition, you might have to give up something on the other side. This is where I'm getting out of my league, but I follow these articles constantly There's a weekly publication that tracks these deals. I've read my entire career. So just everything is nuanced to the market, the situation. So.
Okay.
But Commissioner,
yeah, go ahead.
2 seconds. I actually appreciate the question. I think it's a worthy conversation to have. I don't think we can at all opine about what the county's role is to the city, other than to say I think it's a worthwhile thing to bring up. I think that is why you need to be at the table with the city, is we want to see all of you have a collaborative conversation with them and urge you to talk and to do it between yourselves. And we cannot encourage collaboration enough to work these issues out. So we can't weigh in good or bad either way, just simply say, get to the table and have that conversation.
I think I'll just add, I think the state has brought in a consultant that's worked on similar deals. The city's had one on board for quite some time, I think almost going back a decade, as they've known this moment was coming. So I think those voices that actually work inside these agreements and can give you that honest feedback, I think those resources are really important as you kind of go through the decision tree on this process. But I think being at the table in that conversations and hearing those things firsthand and understanding the nuance of why this might be slightly different versus another market or what's unique to us, that's good time well spent.
So this is my last, and please correct me if I'm misinterpreting this. You seem to all be united on there needs to be a deal at the end of the day. Like that seems to be what I hear. Each of you have different components that you think are like really key, but like, hey, Multnomah County, we're not in the weeds on your deal with the city back and forth, but like, please don't bomb a deal. is the vibe I'm getting.
That's a fair evaluation.
Okay. All right. No, I totally hear that. I appreciate that. I just want to get like, what is your North Star, which is like, don't kill a deal, please, Multnomah County. I appreciate that. Okay.
Thank you. Commissioner Singleton.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have questions for you all. I really appreciate, Winta, you kind of sharing more about how I've been thinking about this as terms of what it means to the district and to the neighborhood. While the Moda Center is clearly a bigger thing than just District 2, it does mean something to the community and what this all looks like and that larger vision of what was taken from us and what we can have back when we think about the larger piece. And part of that is why you see my amendments to give development rights of those parcels back to community and specifically to AVT. And I know that we had some responses from the city about that they have those development rights, but what we have in front of us right now is that they are in the bridge agreement, and that's part of why I continue to harp on it, is you can't give the same rights away twice. And so until we actually understand what that looks like, I'll continue to push for that to be amended into any agreement that we do, in addition to, again, other broader community benefits. I feel like I keep saying labor harmony, all of the renovation components that we want to get this to a more highly used facility. I think, I don't know, I think we've got a couple more pieces we're gonna go through today. I know that you all are saying, let's move today. I think we've got some time. It's still 2 weeks, almost 3 weeks before the city makes a vote. And so I do still intend to, while I appreciate and respect what you all have said, I do still intend to make that motion to delay and give us a couple of weeks to just run a couple more numbers. Honestly, in the time we've been sitting here, I've been chatting with some of our finance folks to ask some questions of what are some other funding opportunities that don't hit the general fund. So I think it's important that we just do our due diligence there and come back to a vote when we've at least seen that. We might land in the same place we're at today, but we haven't actually looked at those other things. And so let's just take that couple of weeks to do that.
Thank you. Commissioner Berman.
Thanks all of you for your presentations and for being here today. I think a question I have for Yasmin is the language, I was looking at the city's terms, is the language in Exhibit C the language that you want to see?
Yes.
That was a yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And then, Jim, to your point about the state and the city having hired expertise, so they're ready to go with this? That's what you said?
They've had, they've had a third-party consultant that they've had, because if you look at the short-term lease negotiation that went on for some time, and I don't know when that started, if it was 23 or 24, to get to this short-term lease extension and transfer of ownership. My understanding is the city has counsel that was outside the city, industry expert, that would help them understand, you know, what a good deal for the city would look like.
And I'm assuming that this term sheet that the city provided was with using professional expertise.
I believe it's the same person.
And I really appreciate you raising it, because one of the points that Commissioner Moyer and I sort of advocated for last week is that the county needs to have that same expertise, because of course, whoever the city hires, whoever the state hires, they're advocates for their people. And you know, we need to have, from the county's perspective, because we have different fiduciary responsibilities than everybody else. So this is one of the reasons why I think we need to do that with all due speed, so that we have that expertise on the county. So thank you for pointing that out, that the others had that and the county doesn't yet. Winta, I may get this wrong. I was trying to find the news story. But I think last week when the anonymous source trashed the city to steal, they said something like, we don't, tell me if I'm wrong, something like, we don't need the city telling us that who we work with in the community. And I'm wondering, are there ongoing conversations right now with the Blazers? Or do you really need this structure for something else? It's not a trick question. I guess I'm just trying to like figure out, like, they said, like, we're already doing this, or we're going to do it. And would you rather be within the structure?
Well, so we do have a partnership with the Trailblazers, right, the Albina Rose Alliance, which we are comfortable with. Our feedback as it relates to the city's term sheet is that the community benefits currently in the term sheet don't add, there are specific things that we believe actually get us to a district deal. And what is currently in the city's term sheet does not reflect that. We are working with the city to try to get to a better place on that.
And are those things that the county can do, or things that are solely the city? So for example, the other developable land within the Rose District that is like more city controlled, so it's...
So it is, so, you know, we want the assignment of the development rights, which ultimately will have to be in agreement with the city of Portland. The county's role would be to reinforce that through its IGA.
Okay. I think I knew where you stood, Andrew, on the deal.
Fair enough.
I'll just say, I think the expectations from the community that sent me here is that, like, I'm going to make sure that I protect the county's services and the county's work. And as I've told numerous people, like, I can come back tomorrow, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday next week. So we wanted to get to yes, but I also, I would never have lasted as long as I did in the business community if I just said yes to everything that people said, you need to do this right now, without any data. So, and I know you know me, that's what that's just how I'm going to pressure test any
Fully confident you'll do your part in your own way.
I didn't even look at your shoes today either, just for what it's worth.
I wanted to be agnostic on the shoe wear.
And I think I'm just going to close by, again, thanking all of you for being here. And Jim, I want to just recognize, because I've seen sort of behind the curtain all the work that you do on behalf of the community to bring major sporting events here. And as somebody who loves all kinds of sports, I'm appreciative of that. And again, just to all of you, I think we've said we want to get to a deal, and we are going to have the right deal for the county.
Okay, great. I just want to, again, appreciate all of you for not just being here today and your patience and getting to your chance to speak, but also just the way that you've been engaged in this process from day one, making sure that what we are putting together, whether it's at the state, the city, or the county, is a good deal for our community, is a good deal for our economy, but most of all, represents the values that we have and the way that we want to move forward when we're dealing with, really large professional organizations with billions of dollars in backing. And Jim, I really appreciated your comments about, where we are in terms of the size of our market and everything. This past weekend, I was at a conference for the National Association of Counties, and there happened to be a roundtable that was put together by NACO for county executives elected and appointed who are dealing with sports stadium deals. And there was probably about 10 or 12 of us that attended that, and we were really able to have this kind of community of talking about where we are with deals. And there were, and the majority of folks there, except for one, Chicago, but the majority of us were smaller cities: Cincinnati, Cleveland, Buffalo, Salt Lake City, Portland, Oakland, which has just lost 3 professional teams, right? And it was a really interesting chance to hear the similarities in terms of where communities are in their stakes in the matter, right? How important these teams are for the sense of community as well as the economic piece. But I remember that there was an executive who really spoke about the fact, and they had just completed a deal successfully, that there is no such thing as 100% private financing for smaller cities. It just doesn't happen. That these professional teams can go to bigger cities and get way more deals. And somebody mentioned in that meeting that for Los Angeles and the deal that they were having with the stadium, the naming rights alone for the stadium was worth $1 billion. $1 billion. We cannot compete with that in what we're doing and what we're able to offer. But we know that, it is so important to keep the Moda Center activated, to keep it modern, to make it a bigger draw for our employees, for our community, for our economy, right, for the spirit of the team. And so I just really appreciate all the insights you guys are providing today from the perspectives you're bringing as we're deliberating this really important issue. So thank you. All right, just appreciate all the invited testimony we have. We are going to move on to public testimony for this item. So Tasia, if you could.
I'm going to call people up 4 at a time. You'll have 2 minutes. We'll start with, make sure this is the right list. Jackie Tate, Cindy Sierra, Rachel O'Rourke, and Hillary Zust.
Good afternoon. Thank you guys for being here today. Jackie, when you're ready, you can go ahead and kick us off.
I'm actually going to speak, Madam Chair. We're going the opposite way today. So hello, Multnomah County Chair and Commissioners. My name is Hillary Zust for the record. I'm the Secretary of AFSCME Local 88, which represents 4,000 members and numerous sublocals, including CCC and TPI. Our members are residents and constituents of many of you on the board. I wanted to start by saying we stand in solidarity with our fellow unionists, such as the Teamsters and OTC, who are here today, because we believe in their fight for unionized workers, unionized wages, and fair jobs. Regardless of where funding comes from, we stand with you. Additionally, we believe in having great community services that benefit all. However, I'm here to express strong opposition that the county give $130 million for the Moda Center renovations because there must be a shared sacrifice when there is no financial gain for us. Multnomah County and our sublocals have faced severe layoffs in 2026. The county lacked funds to retain school-based mental health programs, to keep shelters open, or to staff animal shelters at safe levels. Additionally, we gave millions to the city for homeless services with no accountability of how those funds were used. The bad deal does not prioritize our members across the county and across the country. There are many stadiums that are funded by the owners, or at least a small fraction is put in. And in this opportunity, we feel held hostage to contribute rather to an empty deal, which is wholly inequitable for our members, and our livelihood is being traded for upgrades to locker rooms when our members can't pay rent. Our members work tirelessly to support the most vulnerable in our community. Our TPI workers, despite layoffs, have been working at the cooling shelters, and it's degrading to our members who feel the county's priorities are not with their families. It's a breach of trust when the chair promises to give phantom funds when we have been told for years there is no money, yet over 200 county positions were lost, and there are more ahead for the next 2 years. Our members are the backbone of this county, and we cannot fully fund a project when the county lacks funds to support its own basic systems. I urge you to please vote no until we can have a fair and equitable deal that benefits Local 88 members and all of our union siblings. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners. My name is Rachel O'Rourke. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm the current Vice President for Local 88. I'm also an acute care coordinator at the Multnomah County Crisis Line. Funding renovations for the Moda Center with Multnomah County general funds is an unacceptable use of county resources. I stand here in fierce opposition to the current Moda Center deal, and I urge this commission to protect our general funds. At a time when our community is facing unprecedented crises, the choice to use general funds for Moda Center renovation is not just irresponsible, it's an unforgivable betrayal of public trust and a disgraceful abandonment of our neighbors in crisis. Multnomah County has zero ownership stake in this arena and receives little income and absolutely no property tax revenue from its operations. This Moda Center renovation deal also does not guarantee union-represented jobs. You have laid off our county union siblings and cut safety net services for our neighbors, yet you suddenly found millions of dollars to upgrade a stadium. How do you sit there, look at a budget that guts life-saving support for your constituents, and conclude that a multi-million-dollar sports arena is better use of general funds than investments in human lives? Were the community members of Multnomah County ever given a real choice between writing a blank check for arena renovations or funding life-saving shelter beds? Were our residents asked to choose between brand new seats in the Moda Center or critical mental health treatment for our children? No, they were not. Because if taxpayers of this county were given that choice, they would choose human lives every single time. They would choose the safety of a child over the comfort of a luxury suite. They would choose a roof over someone's head over a fresh coat of paint on a stadium. I urge this commission to vote no on moving forward with this terrible deal and redirect our vital general funds back to basic human needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hello, Chair and Commissioner. My name is Cindy Sierra, the elected treasurer of AFSCME Local 88. Today is not about basketball. It's about priorities. For years, this board has told workers and this community that there wasn't enough money. There wasn't enough money for school-based mental health, drug and alcohol treatments, to keep the some schools open, or to fully staff the critical services our community depends on. But now somehow there's over $130 million for an arena. Chair Vega Pederson, on February 27th, you publicly stated that you would find $88 million for the Moda Center. So here's a question for you. You could find $88 million for a building. Why couldn't you find it for the people you were elected to serve? Where was that urgency for children and family, for behavioral health, for workers who put the humanity in human services every single day? Instead, your proposal is asking taxpayers to carry debt for decades on a building that the county doesn't own, doesn't control, and doesn't receive property tax revenue from. Even Commissioner Moyer and Brim Edwards have said this isn't a fair deal. They've called for a reset because this board still doesn't know exactly what we're paying for or what we're getting for it. AFSCME Local 88 believes in good union jobs. We support project labor agreements, but labor never stands for writing blank checks to billionaires while public services are being cut. Chair, your legacy should not be an arena built on the back of county workers and the families who've lost essential services. Commission, reject this deal. History won't remember who saved an arena. It will remember who abandoned the people they've elected to serve them. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
I think in my speech I first said good morning, but at this point, good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Jackie Tate. I am the current president of AFSCME Local 88, and we proudly represent 4,000 county workers and the workers of Central City Concern. Sorry, my computer got tired too. And transition projects. As county leadership, you have told us there is a structural budget deficit. You have told us there isn't enough money to fill vacancies, prevent layoffs, pay all workers a living wage, or maintain the services our communities depend on. And we just lost almost 200 county jobs, ending important community programs and services, and laid off qualified, caring, and critical county staff. And you predict it will only get worse next year and several years to follow as the deficit will grow and cuts to services and staff will be deeper and more catastrophic for our community. Yet somehow you have found over $130 million to give away. Money that could backfill this deficit, prevent layoffs, and preserve critical life-saving services to our community. Now I stand with my union siblings who want the renovation of Moda to create good union jobs, both in the trades and for the workers who will work at Moda. But any money from the county to renovate the Moda Center should not cause the layoff of unionized county workers and the elimination of core county services. We will not let politicians and billionaires break our union solidarity. We demand the county's financial contribution must be right-sized, given we do not own Moda, nor it is our core function to maintain it. No dollars that could fund county staff or essential services should be used, given, or promised. We support the amendments to remove the bit from the deal. Legally enforceable community benefit and labor agreements need to be in place, not vague promises or handshake agreements. A guaranteed revenue stream or repayment mechanism that protects public investment. Public dollars belong to the public, not corporate interests, and Multnomah County works because our members work. Please do not be bullied or scared into committing to a bad deal today, a deal that benefits the city, the state, and Rip City Rising, but hurts Multnomah County workers and residents. We call on you, Board of Commissioners, to reject this blank check, halt the job-destroying layoffs, and invest our county dollars where they are needed most, in our families, our children, and our frontline workers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we're going to have virtual testimony from Jonathan Pulvers. Jonathan, you can unmute yourself and begin.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Jonathan Pulvers. I am a Blazerholic. I live in Southeast Portland, and I'm one of the organizers behind Rip City Not Rip Off, a group of Blazers fans who want to keep the team and protect the public. I'm glad to see labor and community groups here in support of their important objectives. I'm hoping to speak not just for fans, but for taxpayers, and maybe most importantly, for the recipients of the important services that you all provide. My 3 kids need our tax dollars to be spent as much as possible on our highest priorities, like helping our neighbors on the street and funding their schools. And this is why I support Commissioners Brim Edwards and Moyer's amendments to the Chair's Moda Center proposal. Amendment 1 matters because it keeps the county's business income tax revenue from the team sale where it belongs, funding services for seniors, people with disabilities, homeless residents, and veterans, instead of handing it to the Blazers as part of this deal. Amendment 2 matters because it finally asks for what every peer city already has, a revenue stream at least equal to what the county pays in debt service. Right now, this deal returns nothing to the county's general fund. It just recycles inside an arena fund that pays arena bills, not county services. I want to be crystal clear. This is the furthest thing from an anti-Blazers position. We want to keep this team and renovate Moda Center. But Tom Dundon just bought this franchise for $4.25 billion. He can afford to put real capital in, pay rent, and share revenue the way his own group already agreed to do in Raleigh. The county getting at least some of its money back is one way to make sure that the Blazers maintain Portland's goodwill, which Dundon appears dead set on eroding. Please adopt the Brim, Edwards, and Moyer amendments, protect essential services, insist on a real return for county taxpayers, and don't let a rushed vote lock in decades of one-sided terms. Thank you for your consideration.
Next up, we have Donald Kenny, Rob Bennett, Rose Etta, and Serena Cruz.
Good afternoon. If you're ready to go, you can begin.
Why not speed this up? All right, thank you, Chair. My name is Donald Kenny, and I'm here to speak in advocation of Multnomah County to support the renovation of the Moda Center. I'm one of the owners of a sports bar called Spirit of 77. It's just a short walk from the arena. We've been open for about 17 years, and we've been the Blazers bar that people go to before games, where they come back to afterwards, and where generations of fans have built their own rituals around going to this team. Additionally, for the county, I also own and continue to invest in businesses throughout the county. I recently opened a restaurant on Hayden Island called Pals. I'm working on opening a small hotel and restaurant in Troutdale. And I'm also working on revitalizing the Forest Park Drive-In up on Skyline. I believe in investing in here, and I know firsthand that strong civic infrastructure gives local businesses the confidence to do the same. Spirit of 77 and the Moda Center are inseparably connected. When the Rose Quarter is active, our restaurant's active. It means work for our staff, business for our vendors, confidence that we can continue to invest in a place that has become part of Portland's basketball culture. For us, the Rose Quarter is not an abstract economic impact study. We see its value at our door every day. In 2024, the city set out to acquire the arena because ownership would give the public greater control over its future, make investment easier, and put the city in a stronger position to negotiate a long-term agreement. That moment has arrived. The Blazers are not a replaceable tenant. If they leave, the public still owns the arena and still owns the enormous cost of its future. What it loses is its anchor tenant and what fills the building and gives the district its identity. With the Memorial Coliseum already next door, the last thing the Rose Quarter needs is a second major public arena searching for a purpose. This is more than about basketball. It's about civic infrastructure and securing its future. Thank you.
So much. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Rob Bennett. Thank you for having me here, Chair Vega Pederson and commissioners. I have lived and worked in Portland for 35 years and spent much of my career involved in advocating for catalytic district and neighborhood scale community development partnerships as a former city staffer and as the founder of Eco Districts and Just Communities. I'm enthusiastically here to support the county's resolution because I think we are debating something much bigger than just the renovation of the Moda Center. What is before you is not simply a real estate deal or a renovation. It's a test of our ability to align around a shared vision and deliver a major community-centered and regional economic development project. The city already owns the Moda, and in my view, by co-investing, the county is making a foundational public investment in Lower Albina and the community's long-term economic health, one that can unlock more housing, more jobs, open space, and neighborhood vibrancy and vitality. As we heard from Winta, AVT, and the 1803 Fund have built real momentum in the district, purchasing land, buildings, housing, and more importantly, they've created a powerful North Star for the district. By investing in the Moda's renovation, the county can now join the broader effort to unlock the district's potential. Public investment must be matched with public value. This resolution rightly demands accountability and protections against cost overruns, but successful partnerships also require balance. Our objective should not be to negotiate the toughest deal possible. It should be to negotiate the smartest deal possible, one that taxpayers recognize as delivering lasting value, our business community recognizes as commercially sound, and the Blazers recognize as a work of disciplined and credible partner. We should not have to choose between protecting taxpayers and preserving one of Oregon's great civic institutions. A well-negotiated agreement should accomplish both. My second point is about process. Complex partnerships like this never are negotiated successfully in public. Let the board and the county and the city council establish the public objectives and then empower, a small executive team to negotiate directly with the Trailblazers. I appreciate your efforts to roll up your sleeves, work with the partners, and negotiate a serious agreement. The question before you is this: can we protect taxpayers, build a commercially durable partnership, keep the Blazers rooted here, and advance the restoration of Lower Albina? I believe we can, and today is the start. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hello, my name is Rosetta Venatusi. I'm the business representative for IATSE Local 28. I am here today to represent all of our workers who work at the Moda Center. IATSE Local 28 has been in Portland since 1895. IATSE started in 1893 when workers got together to discuss fair wages and working conditions. Back then we were just in the theater. Now we work in all forms of live theater, motion picture, television production, trade shows, exhibitions, television broadcasting, concerts, and more. When these shows come to Portland, they rent cars, they stay in hotels, they spend a lot of money here. We have been at the Rose Garden, the Moda Center, since it opened. I've worked there for the last 30 years. We are on our fourth employer, RCM, who is a good employer. We have good wages and benefits. We work all of the events in the arena. We are the workers there well before the audience arrives and well after you all leave. We need to ensure that publicly owned venues like the Moda are safe, accessible, modern, and not just getting by like we are now. We need to continue to have quality local jobs with the work, the hard standards that we've won for these working people with the security of our current collective bargaining agreements and future ones. We don't see a sustainable future for our jobs. We don't want to be a problem, more houseless, more needs of the county. We want to keep our jobs so we can keep helping and not be more of a burden. The renovations will help concerts continue. We need to be able to bring in the shows with the new and expanding technical production needs. We can't be skipped. We're getting skipped now. We need to be safer at work. We need to have updated rigging and electrical standards to meet the needs of the current concerts. We need adequate designated spaces for the Portland Fire team. We need weather-protected entries and exits for the audience. We need expanded security. We need the improvements to make efficient travel between floors. We need new elevators. All of this is part of energy efficiency. This is not about glitz and glamour. This is about function, sustainability, and yes, there is a men's basketball team, and a lot of the tickets are $20, not $200. There are affordable tickets for the community. We are about jobs. We are about workers. We are about job security, retirement with dignity, and being here as part of the community and helping. Please protect our work. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Chair Vega Pederson, commissioners, my name is Serena Cruz. As you well know, I served on the board representing District 2 for 2 terms as the county's chief operating officer, and I'm a candidate for District 2, the home to the Moda Center. I want the Trailblazers to stay here in Portland. This past weekend, my neighbor Zach gave me a tour of his house, and we came upon a wall of pennants. And one of them was a 1990 pennant of the Western Conference Championship Finals. I don't know if any of you remember winning that, but many of us, thousands of us, showed up at the Hillsborough Airport that night to welcome the Blazers home. The mood was electric. It turns out Zach was there that night too. That's what the teams like the Blazers, Fire, Timbers, Thorn, Even the pickles do. They create community. It didn't matter that we came from different parts of town to celebrate. It didn't matter that I was in my early 20s and he was only 13. These teams are a part of our civic and community fabric. The deal we negotiate must reflect their importance, but more importantly, our values. So given the timeline laid out for this process, I'm working hard to join you all at this table as you make more decisions about this project. I'm here to speak in support of the framework that the city put forward last week, and I hope the work that you do today will continue to strengthen that. Here are the 5 commitments I hope we can get behind. First, making an investment of this magnitude must be met by a commitment from the Trailblazers to call Portland home for at least the next 20 years. Second, the Community Benefits Agreement should name Albina Vision Trust and the 1803 Fund as parties with enforceable rights. This arena stands on the neighborhoods fractured by the construction of Memorial Coliseum, I-5, and an Emmanuel Hospital expansion that took 171 homes. The wound is still open. Public investment on this ground has to repair that history. On this point, I ask the board and City Council to make your position even stronger. A promise with an unnamed partner is a promise that no one can enforce. Third, workers need to come out ahead. A project labor agreement for construction, a labor harmony agreement for operations, and a commitment to hire Oregonians so that this renovation builds local living wage jobs, not just a building. Fourth, the Blazers should make an annual payment in lieu of taxes. This arena came off the tax rolls and when it became publicly owned, and the county and the city should not have to quietly absorb those losses. And finally, fifth, the Blazers organization can demonstrate good faith in this negotiation by releasing the independent economic analysis and the full renovation plan as soon as possible, and certainly before the IGA and appropriation votes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we're going to have a virtual testimony from Stefan Moritz. Stefan, you can unmute yourself and begin.
Good afternoon, Chair Vega Pederson and commissioners. My name is Stefan Moritz. I'm the Secretary-Treasurer at Unite Here Local 8. We're the union that represents hospitality workers in Portland, including at the Oregon Convention Center and at many area hotels. For many months now, we've heard from food service workers at the Moda Center about their job and how they're fighting to make them better. We also heard that many of them can't afford the cost of living in Portland, and some are struggling with housing insecurity, paying for childcare, and other necessities of daily life. Many need to rely on county and other public social services to get by. That's why we urge you to center working people in their communities as you put together a funding package to secure the renovation and long-term future of the Moda Center. As a key stakeholder in the future of Moda Center, you have an opportunity to change people's lives. We applaud the work that has gone into the term sheet that is before you, and we urge you to hold firm on the labor-related commitments you're seeking from the new Portland Trail Blazers ownership group as negotiations progress. Any investment of public dollars you make is only worth it if the resulting jobs are good jobs, allowing workers to support themselves and their families. The labor-related commitments you're requesting are standard in the stadium industry, and we're frankly surprised that the Trailblazers have not agreed to them yet. Our union has negotiated and worked collaboratively with the ownership group at Climate Pledge Arena, for example, in Seattle, when they negotiated the public-private partnership to modernize that arena. We believe that partnership we believe in that idea of partnership, and others up and down the West Coast have done the same. And we think that this serves as a great example for Portland as well. So I want to thank you for the opportunity to share my testimony, and look forward to working with you on this as things progress. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have one more virtual testimony from Bill Osborne. Bill, you can unmute yourself and begin.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. My name is Bill Osborne, and I've lived in Multnomah County for 55 years of my life. For perspective, I was a season ticket holder for the Portland Timbers in their inaugural year in 1975. I also attended the parade and gathering in downtown Portland to celebrate the Blazers' NBA championship in 1977. So although they can create fun and economic activity, professional sports teams should be funded by the private sector. And until this issue was brought to my attention, I thought there was a budget crisis in Multnomah County. I thought layoffs were imminent. And I've been an employee in DART, the Department of Assessment, Recording, and Taxation, for nearly a decade. And in response to this budget crisis, last month, I became one of those who took voluntary retirement. And now I see an $80+ million spending proposal before the board. What happened? This made me wonder about what the primary functions of Multnomah County government actually are. I thought they included courts, policing, roads, bridges, and social services to the needy, to name a few. So my experience working in DART led me to some observations about county failures along the way that exist today. These are failures of planning, management, and oversight of homeless services. Just recently, the closure of a large transitional facility that resulted in lost jobs and tenants losing their place to live. If you haven't noticed a resurgence of people living on the street, then you aren't paying attention. In weatherization services, year-long wait lists for low-income homeowners related to assessment taxation. Take a look at the tax equity map, and you'll see what the problems are. My ask is that this be referred to the voters to let them decide at the soonest possible time. Thank you.
Our next group is Brian Steelman, Alex Dora, Mark Davison, and Burke Nelson.
Good afternoon. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair Pederson and Commissioners. My name is Brian Steelman, and I own Porcano Hawthorne, Porcano Taqueria, with locations in Portland on North Mississippi and Southeast Hawthorne. I'm not here to talk about tax mechanisms or term sheets. I want to tell you what a Trailblazers home game night actually looks like at my restaurant. I opened my business on North Mississippi near the Moda Center 21 years ago in the summer of 2005. Our first winter was dreadfully slow, and I had to wait tables at another restaurant the 2 nights a week that we were closed just to make our payroll. The only weeknights that created enough business to actually break even during that first winter were Blazer home game nights, when customers would come to try us before going to watch with hope that Travis Outlaw or Martell Webster or Darius Miles would hit. If it wasn't for those home games, that winter would have felt very cold and lonely in Porcano. The following winter was brighter because at Porcano we had steadily gained a following, and the Blazer pregame and postgame business was even more robust and fun because we now had LaMarcus, Roy, and Odin. The potential was overflowing for both the Blazers and for my business. That season we started accepting the Taco Bell Chalupa coupons that were handed out after games where 100 points were scored for a free taco at Porcano. I even bought 2 seats in the 300 level for employees that year, and we still have those to this day. We really gained momentum in that second winter, and the Blazers and their Chalupa coupons had something to do with that. To this day, when winters slow down, Portlanders desire to go outside of their homes and businesses become slower and tougher to navigate. It's those Blazer home games that add a little extra joy and energy to the restaurants. We get very busy before and after a game. The whole street and neighborhood has more action and excitement. All staff needs to be on their game as folks show up on their way to the game. Translates to real extra income for 41 days a year that employees count on. We have 50 employees at PQN, Mississippi, and they all count on these extra big tip nights of a Blazer game. I'm going to skip a little bit, sorry. When there's uncertainty about the future of the Moda Center and the events hosted there, that's not an abstract question for us. It's fewer shifts, less income, less certainty for my staff. Beyond my own restaurant, I talk to a lot of other owners in this industry, and there's a concern in our community about what happens if this doesn't get done. Also, the possibility, and possibly most importantly, modernizing the Moda Center is essential for the future of the Albina district, supporting the investments that the Albina Vision Trust and 803 is making in the neighborhood that has experienced generations of displacement. A renovated arena will help support housing, more businesses, more jobs, and more investment in the central city. The visions of these two organizations are foundational to what Portland can look like in the future. I urge you to support the investment in our civic infrastructure and find the path to modernizing the Moda Center and keeping the Blazers in Oregon. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Mark Davison. I'm President of Teamsters Joint Council 37 here in Portland. We have 35,000 active and retired Teamsters here in the city, tied to more than 200 employers, primarily in the private sector, but also in the public sector. I like to say that if you bought it, a Teamster brought it. We're here to recommend that, to request of the Commission, respectfully request that you strongly consider the resolution to partner with the state of Oregon and with the City of Portland to protect and preserve the Moda Center and the jobs that are not only at the Moda Center, to Commissioner Moyer's point about, living wage jobs. All of the jobs from the Teamsters that are bringing in all that freight that you heard from the chair, all of that work is done by Teamsters. And I can tell you from the contracts we bargained, those folks are making $70 an hour in wages and fringe benefits. They're bringing thousands of pounds of food from U.S. Foods, Cisco Foods, all of those vendors that go in there are Teamster represented employers. And it's a big deal. They're able to buy a home in our community. They're able to participate in our community. They're able to thrive in their community. And maybe they're able to take, like my grandfather with his 7 children, a vacation every year. So I think it's very important. Teamsters are all about jobs. I can tell you that the owner of Mr. Dundon has not returned my calls. I've reached out to him to have a chat with him actively about workers' rights and to impress upon him about the partnership that we could enter into to really try and continue to keep our city strong. I'm a resident of the city. I'm very proud to be a resident of the city. I thank you for your time and consideration. Now, one thing is, in the Teamsters, we don't usually do this at a meeting. Truck drivers, I've got at least one of my stewards here from Albertsons who's a truck driver. We like to throw chairs and yell and scream. But what we do is we do it at the dinner table here, which we're at the County Commission's dinner table, and when we leave, we're united. And I think as a city, we need to be united about finding solutions to keep our city thriving. And so with that, thank you very much.
At the bell, good timing. All right, good afternoon.
Thank you. My name is Alex Giroir, and I'm a concessions worker at the Moda Center. I work for the Trailblazers contracted food service provider, which is the largest food service corporation in the world. I have over 500 coworkers, and we do not have a union. First off, I want to thank Commissioner Singleton and all the commissioners for considering a Moda Center funding term sheet that includes a labor peace agreement. This will allow us to achieve a union contract without threatening the public interest. We need a union for many reasons. Many of the workers are food and housing insecure. Many of us rely on the county for housing support. Unfortunately, the jobs do not allow us to work ourselves out of our situation. Rather, we are pitted against each other in a race to the bottom. This is reflected in the hourly pay, which is extremely low. The company I work for has a unionized location across the street at the convention center. My counterpart there makes $9 more an hour and has access to health insurance. I do not. Perhaps the most important union benefit is seniority-based scheduling. This gives workers security and dignity. Just because someone works at Moda Center doesn't mean they will actually work at Moda Center. No work is promised to any individual, and if a manager doesn't like you, they can just not write your name on the schedule. This leaves us all insecure, and we are coerced to accept being taken advantage of in ways that we should not accept. So thank you again for including a labor peace agreement in the term sheet. I look forward to the day we have a union contract and can make hundreds of people's lives better.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Pederson and members of the board.
On behalf of the National Association of Minority Contractors, Oregon chapter, I write in support of Multnomah County's proposed investment in modernizing the Moda Center. For more than 3 decades, the Moda Center has served as one of the region's most important economic and cultural assets, attracting visitors from throughout Oregon and the Pacific Northwest to concerts, sporting events, community gatherings, and family entertainment. The economic activity generated by these events extends well beyond the arena itself, benefiting restaurants, hotels, retails, service providers, and small businesses throughout Multnomah County. For minority-owned, women-owned, and emerging small businesses, a vibrant regional economy creates opportunities for growth, job creation, long-term stability. The Moda Center's estimated hundreds of annual events help drive customer traffic and spending that supports businesses in surrounding neighborhoods and across the county. The venue's broader economic impact, estimated at approximately $600 million annually, contributes to sustaining thousands of jobs and generating opportunities for businesses of all sizes. Modernizing the facility is also an investment in Portland's future competitiveness. As cities across the county continue to compete for major events, conventions, tourism, business investment, and talent, maintaining world-class public infrastructure is essential. A renovated Moda Center will help ensure that our region remains a destination for visitors and economic activity while preserving the community benefits that accompany those events. Importantly, the proposed renovation represents a significant construction and workforce opportunity. NAMAC Oregon strongly supports investments that create pathways for local contractors, apprentices, and diverse businesses to participate in major public projects. This modernization effort has the potential to deliver meaningful economic benefits through construction jobs, workforce development opportunities, and increased participation by minority-owned and disadvantaged businesses. The proposed agreement also protects substantial state funding already committed to the project. Failure to secure a long-term partnership could jeopardize those resources and risk the economic activity and opportunity that the Moda Center generates for businesses, workers, and communities throughout the region. We encourage the board to approve the county's proposed contribution and move forward with this important investment. Modernizing the Moda Center will strengthen our regional economy, support local businesses and workers, and help ensure that opportunities created by this project are shared more broadly across our community. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Next, we have Bree Williams, Lightning, and Jordan Lewis.
All right, thank you, Chair and Commissioners.
Sorry, good afternoon. Thank you for being here.
Oh, no problem. Thank you for having me. My name is Bree Williams. I'm a lifelong resident of District 2, and I am also a candidate for Multnomah County Commissioner District 2. I am a Multnomah County employee and a proud member of Ask Me Local 88. I'm here today because I believe our budget is a reflection of our values. Right now, many county workers are being asked to do more with less. My own team has experienced devastating cuts. I barely made it. We see every day what happens when programs are underfunded. Longer wait lists, heavier workloads, burnout, and community members who have to wait longer for the services they need. That's why it's so difficult to understand how we can consider directing hundreds of millions of public dollars towards Moda Center funding while the very services our residents rely on are being scaled back. Every day, county employees show up for families in crisis, for children, for older adults, for people struggling with mental health, housing instability, and substance use. We don't have the luxury of telling them to come back later because our budget priorities were elsewhere. As someone who works as a mental health consultant on the early childhood team, I can tell you these cuts are not abstract. They have real consequences for employees and for the people we serve. Every position lost means less capacity to respond to our community's needs. I urge you to stand with Ask Me Local 88 and with the workers who keep this county running. Invest in the people and services that make Multnomah County stronger, not in projects that come at the expense of our workforce and our most vulnerable neighbors. We are facing some of the most significant budget challenges we've seen in years, and today, you have the opportunity to show that in Multnomah County, we invest first in people, not because it's easy, but because it's our responsibility. This deal needs to make sense before we give up our dollars and cents. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Jordan Lewis, and I'm a Multnomah County resident and taxpayer. I appreciate what Commissioner Moyer asked Senator Lieber earlier. She asked her what services the state was going to cut to make the $360 million payout to the Moda Center. She framed it in terms of how many school days would be cut due to that payout. I'm here today to frame it in a different way. $360 million would have plugged TriMet's operating budget hole completely. TriMet's going to cut over 10% of their service. That's how people get to work. In exchange for snacks and treats, games and toys, we're going to take away people's ability to literally get to work and to medical appointments. I think we need to grow up. Metro Chambers CEO Andrew Hone talked about Portland's identity being at risk. What is Portland's identity to him? It's comparative advantage. To me, it's the alternative lifestyle offered since the 80s with its robust public transit system. And if we're going to defund that and dismantle that, we are taking away what makes us special. We're Columbus, Ohio-ifying our city, and it's going to make us less attractive and less interesting to a lot of people. It takes away what makes us special, and I really can't watch while that happens. A little off track here. Well, so that's about it.
Thank
It's
you.
ridiculous. Don't do it.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Yes, my name is Lightning. I represent Lightning Superhumanity. One of the things I have is that Rip City has not even shown it to the table for 4 months. It's pretty much, in my opinion, giving you the middle finger right to your face. Truly it is. I mean, think about that. And the reality is that tells me they don't really plan on even doing a deal. They're not going to do a 20-year lease. You're not going to get that non-relocation clause in there. You have that in the 5-year bridge agreement, which I do want to have that removed. And why I'm saying that, they're going to bring in somebody that's going to pay for the naming rights, $600 million, but they're going to ask to have that non-relocation clause removed out of their lease. So you're going to get your full renovation, but they want that clause removed because they're going to go to Las Vegas. Las Vegas is where they're going to go, and if you ask some of the Trailblazers, would you like to go to Las Vegas and be the first NBA franchise in Las Vegas in history? They're going to say yes. We're signing up for it. The reality is the bids are coming in at $10 billion. Tom Dundon bought this franchise for $4 billion. He will make an automatic $6 billion on the relocation. All he has to do is pay a $250,000 application fee, and the relocation fee is negotiable with the Board of Governors of the NBA. Negotiable. So he can come in there and make $6 billion, if not $10 billion on the relocation. What do you think my good friend Tom Dundon is going to do? Why do you think he's not even at these meetings, and why do you think he could care less? He's relocating, and he's going to make $4 to $8 billion on the relocation, and why not? Who wouldn't do that? Who wouldn't do that? He's out of Texas. He just bought a team in Portland. He's relocating. Congratulations. And you need to set up as far as having the fire in position to be the main tenant and to operate from their position as being the main tenant. You're wasting your time on this.
Thank you.
That's all for public testimony.
Okay. I want to thank everyone who stuck with us today, and because you waited so long, I wanted to give people the grace to go over a little bit. We don't normally do that, but everybody's had a lot to say, so I wanted to make sure we heard from that. All right, so we are done with public testimony.
So Chair, I'd like to make a motion to table voting on this resolution either until August 13th, or if we get where we need before that, we could do it as a special meeting.
All right, thank you. So we have a motion to postpone this item. Jenny, how do we do that if there's not a date certain?
I believe it was a motion to table.
To table, yes.
Okay. And so a motion to table, if adopted, would require that the item be picked up at the next meeting. If it is not picked up at the next meeting, then it is effectively no longer on the table.
Okay, so we can, and that could be a special meeting.
That's correct. It would be the next meeting. Yes,
Which
if
is
you do
the
a motion to,
13th.
I think the motion was to table, but if we had a motion to postpone, it could be postponed indefinitely, which is without a date, or for a date as named in the motion.
Okay, so Commissioner Singleton knowing that.
So the next meeting is the 13th. That's why I picked that one. There wasn't an earlier meeting. So I think that works for me. It's more unless we might decide that we get what we need and do a special meeting would be the only other way I see it going any sooner.
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a motion to table until the next meeting, which at this point is August 13th. Okay, and we have a second on that. Any discussion?
Yeah, I have a question. Just, this is sort of the medium term. So I understand the county is hiring a negotiator or somebody to support us. Will we have that capacity brought on to support us between now and the 13th or whenever the next date?
Yeah, we should be able to.
Who would that negotiator work for?
It would work for the county.
When you say the county, the commission, the chair, the COO?
Multnomah County as a whole, and the contract that we're looking at would be out of the COO's office.
We could provide direction via the amendments.
Yes, I mean, but this is a resource for, again, the goal of having some professional expertise for this is to, the terms that this commission wants to see and votes on will be what that person is negotiating for.
And I hope, though, that, again, I just look at the city's term sheet and what we have, which is very high level. I mean, I think we need to be more specific. And I would hope that that would be a resource that would help us be more specific versus taking something that is not very specific and making it look more tangible. Like I say, the whole clawback that is in ours is like really not very strong. So I would hope that, is it possible to get that resource like as we're putting together the terms versus they're going to take the terms and go from there?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, yes, that's it. And honestly, one of the reasons why we wanted to move forward with terms today was so that we could start engaging with that process and the board can be engaging with that person. But I mean, I can't stress enough, these terms are the board's terms. So if you want them to be more specific, if you want, like, this is the process, what we're doing. And I know there are a lot of amendments to be considered, but this is the chance for us to have the voice in what those terms are. And yes, I would love to make a resource available to the board during the next couple of weeks before.
Great. I think that's really important for the county, getting what we need in our set of terms. I looked at the cities and it's like, wow, they got really specific. And they also got really specific about what the county is going to do. And it's like, well, that's inappropriate. I mean, we need to have, this will be great. So I'm glad that's available. And I also think that's another reason why not voting today, but it's not a delay to not ever vote. But it's like, let's get our terms done in public in a way that a majority of the commission is supportive of and move ahead. But it would be great to have that resource. So I look forward to hearing who it is and when we can start working with them.
Great, thank you.
Can I make a request of the motion? That's probably not even.
I don't know. We don't know. We'll ask Jenny.
I don't even know if that's a thing. I made that up. I would like to be supportive of the motion. I do, because this is our first public meeting, we've had testimony, I'd like to let the public know what some of the amendments that are being proposed are. I'm not asking that we vote on them now, but I want it to be part of the public record that people are considering as we do this hard work. Is it possible to ask before we vote on the motion to let people read their amendments?
We could vote on the motion, and even though it's tabled, like, you can still have a discussion about, I mean,
So
I just want to get on the record, I don't care what.
right, I mean, it could be like board comments or whatever.
Okay, so we're either, I think we either need to table the motion, and then that it removes it from discussion, except if you want to talk about it during non-agenda comments at the end, you could, okay.
I'll do that.
Okay.
I'll do that.
Great. Okay.
And for the record, I would note that amendments have been posted publicly online.
Yes, yeah, all the amendments have been posted publicly, yes. Okay, thank you. So we have a motion and a second. We've had discussion. Any further discussion?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, two things. One, would love to know are there any implications by waiting until the 13th? I think Donnie's still here from the city of Portland. It's my understanding that are there any, can we invite him up to share if there are any implications?
So while he's coming up here, one of the things, Commissioner Jones-Dixon, that did concern me is the representation that the resolution, which isn't actually, it sounds like there's going to be a substitute when we eventually get there, that's what the city should consider. And I absolutely believe, or firmly believe, that the city should also look at the amendments, because we may be passing those amendments, and there may be more amendments.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Commissioners, Chair. Donnie Oliveira for the record. Vice Chair, would you mind restating the question just so I...
Just what impact if we wait until the 13th, how does that affect your process on your end? Are there any implications?
Thank you for the question, Vice Chair.
Or what information? Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, so Commissioners, if I could just take a step back about the term sheet and where we're at. As you saw last week, the city published our first draft of a term sheet that actually encapsulated a lot of the things that were discussed here today around labor harmony, some of the community benefits. So there were some revenue components, Commissioner Moyer. But the ideal is that on August 12th, when City Council, in theory, adopts a term sheet, that would be supported by the state and the county, so that we would then turn around and present that to the Blazers for their support, because in the end, it's the joint authority made up of the state and the city and the Blazers who sign the term sheet, which then become the foundation, the sideboards, if you will, for the negotiations for the definitive documents. So essentially what we're doing on August 12th as a region are putting out there our sideboards for what we expect to see in the final documents, the final lease agreement, the development agreement that you spoke with Winta about, the non-relocation package, all those things get negotiated based on the term sheet. So there's a scenario where council adopts a term sheet on the 12th, and then you all contemplate other things afterwards that now are not in that adopted ordinance, or excuse me, adopted term sheet. Is there a way for us to think about how to include new things that you contemplate afterwards? Perhaps. We're working with our city attorney team to figure out what that would look like. Our preference would be to have lock stock what we want to present to the Blazers on the 12th, though. That would be our strongest position, if I may.
So I just, again, have to disagree on this piece. This is not, the resolution is not the only way that we communicate with the city of Portland. And so the idea that you cannot represent what we want to have as far as our terms, like you said, some of that's already reflected in there. We can continue to do that. I have shared very clearly with a number of city councilors what I would like to see in this agreement, and that would be a way that we can continue to do that. So I appreciate that there's a concern that there may be some other things that come after, but I don't think that that's a reason for us to act now. And again, there's some questions, even on the dollar amounts. As I mentioned, you have some specificity in the term sheet about which dollars we might use, and I'm asking some questions of finance. Are there other dollars to use so that we don't impact general fund? Those are some of the things that we need to work out, and it's just not real for us to do that today. So that's where I want us to find a way to, how do we make sure that we're partnering and can stay close on this, but that it's also not just going through the executive branch, that we also want to be communicating directly with city council, because they're having maybe different conversations too.
Right. And Commissioner, to be clear, I think the conversation we've been having already today, to date with the IGA between our chief financial officers and our legal team has been great. That's not the tension that I'm contemplating in friction. In fact, I think there's a lot of alignment between what the county and city council have been contemplating. I'm talking about the term sheet when negotiating with the Blazers. So once that's where we'd want to be as in solid
I
position
understand.
as possible. Okay.
Yeah.
So I just want to express my concern is I don't think individual county commissioners can call the city and say, put this in for the county and that be the county's position. I mean, we need like something as the county's position because 3 members of at the dais have said that's okay. So I hope you're not listening like one person said X. I mean, I have an opinion, but that doesn't make it the county commission opinion, and it shouldn't appear in the term sheet. And speaking of that, I'm curious, how did you how did those county, like the inclusion of things for the county or the mentions of the county get into the city's term sheet? Because because this is our first meeting, how did those get in there? Like the payment in lieu of taxes that's with PPS and not the other school districts in the county? And
A great question, Commissioner. So the county-related details worked through our chief financial officer offices, both respectively of the city and the county. Related to the payment in lieu of taxes, that was based on the potential valuation of a post-renovated Moda. We worked with the county on coming up with an approximate value because, of course, we don't have the details of the renovation yet. And then we named in there proportionality. So the taxing districts or entities, in this case, the county, the city, and PPS, because Moda's in the Portland Public School District, those would be the 3 entities that would receive payment in lieu of the tax because of the exemption.
I know, but I guess I'm like, the chief financial officers don't have the authority to say what the county commission wants. And there's 8 school districts in the county, and when the arena got transferred to, and I know this because I was on the school board, and I got a call from the Blazers, like, hey, we're transferring it to the city, and like we're not going to be paying property taxes anymore. But those same calls maybe didn't happen to the districts, but they all lost something. So I am concerned that like somehow that there's something's appearing in and like the counties being like, hey, you're getting something that hasn't been discussed up here and isn't like 3 of us in agreement.
Commissioner, given where we were at and the negotiating with the Blazers, we were putting out a first position, not a final position, and certainly not a position that was completely formed with all the inputs, but we had to start somewhere. We were running out of time and lacking any information from the Blazers to this point. It was the chance for the city of Portland to reestablish credibility, and frankly for the whole region, that we were serious negotiators, and it wasn't this like we were the ones holding back. We wanted to put details out there so the Blazers could at least understand that we were taking this very seriously.
But it's not serious putting somebody else's money on the table and like, here's what their conditions are. I mean, like,
well, and to be clear, we didn't see the terms, like we didn't see the terms before the city put those out there. Like that was not something that we saw.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. That's very concerning because I would say it jeopardizes the county's engagement because like we didn't give that instruction to have something put on the table, and to me that's totally inadequate. Like. First of all, like, why are we splitting it with one school district and the city?
The location of the Moda Center, Commissioner, is the reason why PPS is specifically called out.
So I will also say, though, that in the absence of the county having an actual, like, resolution statement of what this board's action is, the city of Portland has to go with what they have the best knowledge of because they are obligated to move forward with their conversations with the Blazers to get this deal done in their timeline. So in the absence of this board taking action, which we are, they're going to have to do the best that they can. And I think that that's something in terms of this thing we're contemplating right now is postponing, is that we run the risk of city council taking action and not fully being able to hear what the decision of this board is that we want to make sure is included in the terms. So I understand there is a desire to step back and do more work, and that's fine, but I also think that we are running the risk of losing our voice in the ongoing conversations.
Well, should we call a special meeting so that we can get going and also get the negotiator to help us put together our terms?
Yeah, I'm fine for it to be a special meeting. I've said that in the motion, so I'm not sure why we're belaboring taking a vote on something I've already clearly articulated. It was the 13th, or we will call a special meeting.
Okay, but I want to just be clear that the city doesn't leave here with we're going to put stuff in that because we haven't heard from you, or we looked at the initial term sheet, or that the CFO said something.
If we don't have information to them by the 12th, that's what's going to happen. That's what it sounds like.
Then we
So
should.
we need to schedule a special meeting between now and before the 12th. So let's add it. Is everybody in town?
Yeah. Okay, so any further discussion on this item? Thank you.
Not for Donnie, but can we put a date certain for like next Thursday?
Jenny Madcourt?
As a matter of procedure, a special meeting under our charter can be called let's see, the chair or 3 board members can call a special meeting.
Okay.
We have to have 24-hour notice, so I can help walk us through that process if after this meeting there's a desire to have a special meeting on a particular date. The board can vote on items during a special meeting, but it would need to be ratified at the next regular board meeting as well, so those are just procedural points.
Okay, and I'm going to suggest August 6th, just because I think that there is work that needs to be done. I'm going to guess that there's work that's going to need to be done by our staff to help answer the questions and formulate that. So I'm going to suggest the special meeting be August 6th, if that works.
That works for me.
Okay.
I mean, it works for me.
Yeah, okay.
Works for me too.
And so as a matter of procedure, the chair would be able to call that meeting under her authority as the presiding officer, so no vote is needed for that. It would we would just need to make sure that the boardroom is available or an online option is available.
Okay, so we will plan for that for August 6th. I will have my staff start working on the call for the special meeting on the 6th, and we will do that. Okay. So, but we're moving virtual, and this is our last in-person meeting for a long time. Okay.
Meet at the library.
All right, so Tasia.
Commissioner Singleton?
Yes.
Commissioner Brim Edwards?
Yes.
Commissioner Jones-Dixon?
Yes.
Commissioner Moyer?
Yes.
Chair Vega Pederson?
Yes, the motion to table is approved. All right, thank you, everyone. All right, so that is tabling R3 until August 6th. Is there anyone here still to provide public testimony on the Climate Justice Plan R2? Okay, I just appreciate. Okay, so Lightning, I will say that we are going to move this. You can provide public testimony today. We're also going to bring it forward later in August if you want to wait till then. Nope. Okay, so hold on 1 second before you do that. So do we need to reopen? So we have tabled R3 and we are going to return to R2 and starting with some public testimony.
Okay. Yeah, you did ask, so that's why I'm sitting here, other than that. But yes, my name is Lightning Humanity. One of the things I have, I guess, is on this climate change, the whole issue, is that I'm watching these data centers being built everywhere, pretty much. And we're going to have a data center, believe it or not, right by the, right downtown. They're going to start building those downtown. So right by the Ritz-Carlton, actually, I went down, I walked by it, looked at the company. They're out of California, called Menlo Park. So they're going to be building data centers in some of these office buildings right downtown. So you really need to start watching this real close and not thinking, well, it doesn't affect us. No, it affects you, trust me. And why I'm talking about this is that when we're talking the climate change, everybody's talking about, well, we're taking up so much land and the diesel and everything they're using to operate these, the electricity and everything else, the water. We're really not even monitoring that even close. And my position is, like they do in Israel, they actually are doing these underground. And I think we need to start looking at this in a close way to preserve a lot of this industrial land and understand we need to look at that and maybe doing data centers underground. And I don't think any of you, well, I'm not going to speak on your behalf, but You cannot allow them to build these many data centers the way they've been doing, especially in Hillsborough, without any oversight, especially from Multnomah County and the city and anywhere else. And this is a major climate change issue. You're talking the water, you're talking the electricity, you're talking they're using generators and backup generators. And now we're talking about the fire season and all the smoke, and you've got to get in front of this before it gets out of control. And that's all I'm saying on the climate change issue from my position. We need to start looking at going underground with the data centers.
Thank you so much. And I believe we have some people online.
Yeah.
All right.
We have Amy Rathfelder. Amy, you can unmute yourself and begin. If you're there, Amy. Okay. We can.
Hello.